All right, let's see if this is working. Hey, Ryan, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, I've got good morning. So I've got some issues this morning. I have had a DMCA takedown notice on my account this morning. Did you guys see that my account was locked on Twitter? Were you able to even see me this morning? Yeah, I had a DMCA or something, DMCA takedown notice of my accounts this morning. Not cool. Whoever did that, beat it. Yeah, it's really weird. I had a, I'm not going to do, I didn't do an intro this morning. I don't know if it was someone messing with me. Joe Donut said that this could happen to me. So I had a DMCA takedown notice. I don't know what it was for. So I skipped the intro this morning. It's possible that it was the music I was using, that it wasn't anything nefarious. But it locked me out of all my accounts this morning. Yeah, DMCA or something like that. So we're going to kind of do this more like I have to keep the music out. I don't know. It's weird because the music is licensed. I don't know if it was just a robot on YouTube or because they got me on Twitter too. Had issues on YouTube this morning, had issues on Twitter this morning. So I was locked out of my Twitter accounts, locked out of my YouTube account this morning. So no intro this morning. I gotta figure out what it was for. I haven't seen any notices inside my email yet, just like lockout screens, that kind of stuff. Yeah, we traded the exact way we thought, right? We'd slide right off this morning. We slid down right off the open. We should trade sideways. I do want you guys to see that we are below resistance at this point. Yeah, Josh is still pissed. Yeah, hey Joe. I don't know if it's I don't know if someone reported me for the DMCA takedown notice or if it was, I don't know why I was taken down. So no intro this morning. I have to take a look at it and find out exactly what is going on, how I got into trouble, what I was using that got me into trouble. I don't know if it was the open the casino image or if it was the music. The music is weird too because that was free use. Or if it was maybe the post that I made on Twitter using the movie. Last night I posted something from Apocalypse Now. I don't know if it was that. I don't know exactly how I got DMCA takedowns this morning. But I got to find out. Or else I got to do this raw dog. Now, this is important, right? You guys are looking at this right now. This is not a good sign right here. When was the last time we've seen something like this where we couldn't get above something? Where we always seem to be sitting above some form of support, right? And right now we're just kind of playing around on the VWAP. And it's kind of odd because I've been watching the options chain this morning, and that's not a pretty sight either. And one of the things that keyed me in is I was looking at the 450Cs expiring today. And even on the bounce up this morning, they were losing value. Everyone is loaded up on puts right now. Everyone. There's put flow out the airs right now. You can't. Oh, Quinn, you're here? Bro, I got locked out of my accounts. Quinn, They got me, bro. I don't know how they got me. I don't know what it was exactly that locked me out of my accounts yet. But either someone was salty yesterday or maybe we had a few too many fans or something. We have to make this live stream private. I don't know exactly what we do to fix this, but what I wound up doing this morning was turning a bunch of shit off, and I had to reset my Twitter account, my YouTube account. Lone Wolf's like, don't leave me. You know what else is weird about this too is I'm gonna have to. I was just talking to my wife today because where I live, once or twice a year we also have internet damages for like a week. So I'm gonna have to get like a hotspot or something like that just in case the internet ever goes down. I need like a plan B and a plan C. And I'm probably gonna need to make an alt account. What I'm gonna do, I need to talk to you guys today about something, is that there was a time last year where Quinn was locked out of his accounts, and he had a backup account. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a third account, not at Captain's Alpha, not at Captain Jim James. I was locked out of my Captain Jim James account this morning. I'm not sure if I was locked out of at Captain's Alpha. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a third account with YouTube and Twitter, and not use it, but I'm going to give you guys links to that stuff. Or if I'm ever offline again, you guys just go to the website and I'll post wherever I'm streaming from or whatever in case I get this, and in case this happens again. I'm assuming that somebody was salty, but it could have been anything. It could have been a bot out there. Might not have been somebody. Yeah, I like Starlink. Yeah, no big powder day. I was getting I got locked out of a bunch of accounts this morning. So we are moving up here to resistance. This is concerning right here. Seeing something like this is pretty wild for me this morning. We had that nice touch this morning too, didn't we? Bounced right down to 440. So do you guys remember yesterday when I said first stop 440, next stop 428? We tapped 440. Congratulations. Hopefully you guys took profit. The video last night, we talked about trading sideways. This does look like a V-shaped recovery, right? So I'm interested to see if we trade above this resistance. If we don't trade above this resistance, the expectation would be just like back in March of 2020, that we're going to resist here, then we're going to trade sideways for the rest of the day. So let's pay attention to this moment and find out if we're able to actually trade above 446.68. I would warn you at this point that if you are long, to let the banks take us over this point, right, and then pick it back up again, right where we are. Like I would be getting out and then get back in, because there's a fat chance that we trade sideways from here. That this resistance is real. And if we are able to break above it, then we'll take it higher. And the next target above would be 447.76. Yeah, 447.82. Yeah, we'll take a look right now at IWM as well. But there should be a short covering, right, at 440. Question is, do we trade higher or not? Do we smash through this level? Seems like we are. We didn't get straight rejected here. Let's bring it back slightly so we can see. $446.91. Yeah, you're looking to see us break above 446.94, maybe 91. So on your charts, just snap a line at 446.91. We'll look below just in case here. All the way down to 4,400. It's weird, too. I almost bought calls on that bounce down below, and their calls are just being grinded up. There's no interest in calls. Yeah, and you call your next support 44,010. Snap 2 lines on your charts on the SPY daily. And if we break above this 44.6.91, pick up your calls once more. Otherwise, treat it like we're inside of a trading zone at this point. Yeah, I missed 442. I tried to buy at 440. Watched the grinding in the calls and then just stayed out of it myself. Well, so last night I made a video about the OPEXs that took place during the COVID crash, and both were around the monthly OPEXs. We tended to trade very range bound into that Monday, Tuesday. And the first OPEX, we ended up trading up slightly after the OPEX. Then we ended up coming straight down. And then the next month's OPEX, we came up slightly, traded down, but then we swung higher. So I think that this morning that we're going to trade sideways. I could be wrong on this. There were some calls that came into the market this morning, but it's very light. We are 49% bearish. We have a 2.45 to 1.42 bearishness to bullishness on the put to call ratio. There are some calls coming into the market, though, this morning. There are calls coming into NVDA. There's SPY calls coming in. So what we can do is we'll see if we can break above this. $447.74. See if we can look above here and see what's above. $474. For all intents and purposes, we've got more buyers. We've got a great hero indicator. NVDA has lots of calls on it. January 28th, 255C. January 28th, 237.5C. January 21st, 242.5C. LVS is just blasting off here too. They're squeezing. Zillow traded down this morning, right, to $50, had that capitulation move, and they just squeezed as well. Hood went down to $12.78. We talked earlier this week about a price target of 196 on IWM. We got 197.60. I guess that's a pound of flesh, right? On IWM. I want to take a look at my next price targets on the rut here. Ultimately, I want to see 189 on the rut, 1899. Hang tight here. Let's look back on this one more time. $446. Yeah, David, we didn't break through resistance above here. So we're going to look for either a trading range, right? We're either going to trade, be range bound for the rest of the day for opex. There's a few points to realize, right? You've got resistance above at 446.63. You've got VWAP sitting down here at 443.856, right? And then down below 4,400. See if we can get this to load up. 4,400 is your next support. Let's look lower from here. Seeing a wave of puts come through right now, too. Seeing them coming through on NEO. February 18th, 25p. If Quinn's in here, I see coin puts. January 21, 195p. Palantir puts, 13p. That's April 14th, 13p. PFE, AGO, BITO, don't know that ticker. XOP has puts on it. Let's take a look lower and see where the real next... We've got some support down here. Hold on here. 435. Woo. Just saw some SPY calls. Also mark 432.07. It's interesting. I just saw SPY puts, right? January 21st, 441p for $131,000, and then a set of SPY calls for $50,000 at 448C. 432, 430. And the flow at this point really isn't telling much. Let me scroll back through real quick. There was $700,000 taken out on February 18th, 189 on IWM. And that is my next price target for IWM. At 10:42, Netflix had calls come out for March 18th, 400C, $13.9 million. At 10:40 a.m., we had a hedge put out on QQQ, 356p, February 4th, for $4.4 million. And also had a call come out for the Qs for February 18th. So these are, this is for February 4th, right? $4.4 million in puts for the Qs. But then also a February 18th 365C for the Qs for $3 million. Got another block trade here for June for Netflix. 400C for $1.4 million. Some Tesla calls this morning, 800 grand. They expire today, though. They're for 975C. AMC took out some calls. July 15th, 27C for $900,000. $1 million put taken out on X, expiring 4/14/20p. We saw more X puts yesterday as well. Yeah, I see a whole bunch of IWM puts. Another $800,000, 189p for IWM. I got more SPY puts, $2 million. February 18th, 423p. Holy. Dude, the hedge flow this morning was wild. February 18th, 423p on SPY. $20 million. Got another $10 million on February 18th. No, excuse me. This is $5 million. No, what is that? 3, 5, almost $6 million. IWM, February 18th, 189p. Another $5 million. IWM, expiring February 18th, 189p. Some serious block trades coming in this morning. At 10 a.m., there was a block trade on Shopify. February 18th, 1,000p for $4.4 million. Also had a $1 million put come in on GME. February 11th, 100p. Another nice block trade on Netflix, call block trade, January 19th, 400C for $4.2 million. So Netflix is getting a little bit of love this morning. Another weird one here, KRE, March 18th, 69p, $3 million. $500,000 in Tesla puts. Didn't see anything else big in here. Oracle, 318, 80p, $600,000. PayPal, 414, 150p, $800,000. Microsoft has March 18th, 290p, $600,000. Man, just stacking the hedging on this. Stacking that. Just had NRG come out January 20th, 50C, $2.7 million. You might want to follow that trade. They just bounced off a bottom here. Someone just traded $3 million on it. NRG. Good one. Check out NRG January 20th. Oh, no, scratch that. That was January 20th, 2023. That's probably just to prop it up. So scratch NRG. That's a year out call on 50C. That looks like just an exchange for shares. Some SPY puts just came in January 28th for 440p, $392,000. So what does all this mean, I guess, is the question, right? Do you guys think we get the Vanna rally today? Is that the implication? Let's see what you guys are saying. Hold on. Oh yeah, so Quinn, if you guys take a look back on so Quinn, if you take a look back in March of 2020, it's a pretty decent example of us trading down during 2 months of opex and what took place over the opex period. So if you can easily just look back on it with like a weekly chart or whatever, and you'll see that we traded down that first opex into the opex date, and then we traded sideways. We wound up having a very short Vanna rally, and then we continued down in the charts. And then the following month, I can bring it up, I guess. Hold on, I'll show you guys one more time, just in case you guys didn't see it. Give me a quick second here. Hang tighter, I'll bring it up for you. I was trying to figure out. Come on now. Should be just a moment. Dun, 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 dun. Give me just a second. I'm going to load this up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come right back here. Easy. Let me see if I can bring this up here for you. Okay, so right here, this is when we had the decline in March of 2020. And what was important to note here was it's in our first opex here, right? And right into this opex here, we traded down into the 28th. The interesting part about this, though, is that we had this capitulation move, and we traded sideways through here. This was the 27th. This lasted into March 2nd. We had a Vanna rally, but then we traded down again. And you'll notice even this capitulation move here, we had some sideways movement. Then we continued down here. Nice capitulation move. A little bit of a Vanna rally, traded all the way down here as well. But you can see down here, we had on the 20th, This is the 20th, right? This was the opex of March. We had this little bit of a trading sideways, right? From the 20th into the 23rd, some grinding action. Same thing over here. We had some grinding action, traded up on a Vanna rally, and then continued down. So if you have a bearish perspective, we should trade sideways for a few days, maybe have a Vanna rally on Monday, Tuesday, and then if you think we're coming down still, we should continue to trade down here. So even if we were to get a Vanna rally, it probably wouldn't happen technically today. Probably be range bound today into Monday, Tuesday at the least. Need a dump now. Let me read some of you guys' comments out there. Massive positives on product roadmap to move the price, in my opinion. Reversal was sexy as hell. Scroll back up here and see what's going on. Joe Harper, I really want to see Piton rally. Yeah, we talked about Piton yesterday, that someone will pump it up and pimp it up to get out of their positions. So we bounced up here, right? 448, 447, 446. Do you guys think that we trade above this resistance area here? Or do you guys think we are range bound today between, let's call it 440 and 446? So this is for Quinn. Yeah, it was nice to see Bitcoin sell down yesterday, right? All these long-only hedge funds have to drain the bank account and pay for hedging at the worst possible place. So let this load up over here. Yeah, Piton's back to its original price. Hilarious. 27.48. Almost time to short Piton again. Next price target for SPY, we've got 447.86. Above that, 449.54. Quinn, you've got some resistance at 39,183 on Bitcoin. Let this load up real quick. As soon as it's loaded, we'll look above and below so you can see your levels. Well, this is loading slow. We'll let this load up and we'll look back in the SPY until it gets done. All right, here we go. All right, Quinn. So you could get a short squeeze here at 39,250 on Bitcoin. You have some support firming up down below here at 38,77.5. If there's a rejection, your next stops you're looking for. You've got light resistance at 37,533. Slightly firmer resistance at 37,039.5. This is not really big support down here at 36,000. Let's look lower and see where the big boys are. Next stop, 35,000 on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin does squeeze higher, I don't know if it's going to be a squeeze, but if it trades higher, if the market doesn't sell down, let's say this week, next stops are 39,744, 40,929, and then 43. What if there are any bag holders above? Any hard sells? $43,000. Be an area of interest. This is good to see the SPY where it's at right now. This does look like a recovery rally in here. This is good movement for this time in the morning, 11 a.m. You want to see us move up another. I figure we moved up already 70 points, right? 70 handle, or yeah, 70 points. You want to see this type of recovery at this time in the morning. We talked about this yesterday, right? You're looking for a larger move than we saw yesterday. There is resistance above here at 44736. Probably going to take another long here, so take a look here. Oh, hold on. 4. Let's see if I can grab some longs at some point. So I grabbed some 450C. What's going on here? GDX. Got some resistance above at 449.56. So I'm in some longs to 450. We'll see if we can trade up there. See if we can take a stab at 450. Hey, Joe, did you end up cashing out of your puts this morning? Yeah, it's definitely over. We're not going up. Yeah, just give it up, Bears. Strong support at 0 for Bitcoin. Biden's pumping everything. Yeah, I still don't see us going up. My view right now is ultra bearish. Not ultra bearish. I'm not, we're going to 150 bearish. But I have to look at it from the perspective that I'm trying to look at it from, I guess, is where do I feel comfortable buying tech at? And I don't feel comfortable yet, right? I don't even feel comfortable buying SPY until we trade down to the 420s, possibly 400. So I do think, hold on a second, I gotta add some more. So I do think that I think we continue to trade down. I don't know if we trade sideways until the 26th, or if we get this Vanna rally heading into next week, then we trade down, let's say, into the Fed meeting on the 26th, because that's Wednesday, right? So today's Friday. We could end up, let's say we have a Vanna rally on Monday, and we trade down into the Fed meeting in volatility. No matter what, you're going to get volatility on the Fed meeting. Watching some SPY puts come in. January 21, 446p for $168,000. Real money's down below here at 435.26. Do I think that the market is pricing in worst case scenario from the Fed, and anything other than that will rocket us short-term, meaning next week after Fed meeting? Yeah, Biden's pumping U.S. manufacturing while the market is betting against X, right? Yeah, there's a lot of Netflix calls coming in this morning. I'm not on the Discord chat right now. I'm actually typing in, trying to figure out what happened this morning with my DMCA takedown. A green day is possible. Yeah, so the banks are pricing. There's a few. I mean, we know this stuff, right? We know that the banks are pricing in not 3 to 4 rate hikes, but 4 to 7. We know that there's hedging coming in into February 18th on the market. So scale out a little bit here. Like, look at your screener and scale out to a month chart, and know that there are puts that were taken out this morning in the millions of dollars, right? We'll take a look at this. Hold on. No matter where we are right now, I want you to realize that this morning, there was $21 million taken out in puts on the market. Now, I don't know what retail traders are doing, but I can tell you that the banks think we're going lower. And they placed a $21 million bet on it. These bets weren't placed at the bell at 9:30. These bets were placed after the bell. And they really think it's going to happen until February 18th. You know, someone here placed a bet for $7 million, 423p for $7 million. So no matter where we sit right here, right now at this point, someone bigger than you and I thinks we're going down. And also, when these bets are placed, the absolute gamma strike on the put side goes down lower, right? So we had 428 puts. Now we've got 423 puts out there. I don't see $21 million in calls on the SPY. I see $4.5 million in short dated calls on the SPY. broken up, right? Like $60,000, $300,000, $100,000. I don't see like 10 million on one bet that we're going up on the SPY. So I want to know how you can feel like you're bullish on the SPY when all the money is in the short side to 423. Now there'll be short covering rallies, but those aren't Vanna rallies. They're not as steep as a Vanna rally. I don't think you're going to see a Vanna rally at this point if at end of day, between like the opening this morning and then the end of the day, you're going to see massive hedges coming in. You're either going to see them on the call side or the put side. And as of this morning, all of the hedging is on the downside. None of it's on the upside. So my posit is that we trade sideways from now into Monday. If you see any kind of a Vanna rally, it should be short-lived. Unless there's something we don't know. Unless some call hedging comes in. We see $20, $30 million in calls at 480, 500. Sure. We'll shift gears there, but we're not doing that this morning. We've got millions, $20 million in SPY puts. We've got 12.6 million in IWM hedge puts. QQQ's not as bad, 5.8 million. Looks like a gimme, right? Like, okay, we're going to let the ERs come out for big tech. But no one's buying it right now. It's almost like they've got, like they've got Apple on a plank and they're saying, give us your ER and then we're going to sell the market down. I guess that's the only way I can describe it. I'll post this stuff on Twitter right now for you. All right, so I just posted IWM and SPY hedging activity this morning. There is nothing on the long side of significance, nothing in the millions of dollars. And what's particularly troubling is that this hedging is very short dated, 2 weeks out, right? We asked this question yesterday. We were talking about, who takes out $6 million and puts on the SPY, or how many millions was it? Hold on. Someone took out $10 million and puts on the SPY to 423, expiring on February 18th. Like, do you think that that's Davey Day Trader doing that? Who's placing a $10 million bet against the SPY to 423, expiring in 2 weeks, 18 days? What does that mean? It means if they took a hedge, let's say you saw a bunch of call hedging coming in for like $40 million at this point this morning, and it was dated out for June, or it was dated out for March, that'd be one thing. We're not even out of our quarterly opex cycle, and you've got people placing bets for further downside. That's not normal protection. It's not like, that's not a hedge fund saying, oh, I got to protect myself for the next 2 weeks. That's some big boy saying, hey, we're going down. If some big boy thought we were going up, he'd place $10 million expiring in 2 weeks. We've seen that happen, right? We've watched Apple trade like that in the past. We've watched SoftBank come inside of our markets and make huge, massive bets, but we don't have huge, massive bets being placed on our market at this point. So unless we see that today or end of day, that means our call wall comes down when all this delta rolls off today. And it means we're loaded to the tits on puts to the downside. Oh, really? If a lot of funds do short-dated hedging, right? You show me, because I watch this shit every single day, and I never, ever see hedge walls that expire in 2 weeks. You show me some of that, and I'll believe you, because I never, ever see hedge walls, put hedges that last for 2 weeks. I see them for 1 to 3 months out, but I never, ever see them for 2 weeks out. And I don't think you just get an okay either. I don't think some guy just says to you, oh, there you go, Jimmy. Go throw $10 million down in 428 just in case. Date them a week out, and if they burn to the ground, fuck it, we lost 10 mil. I don't ever see that happen. I see it like, I'll see an inside the money put. I'll see complex strategies, right, where they're buying puts, selling calls, that kind of stuff. I'll see a trade where they put some put hedging on while going long. But I don't see this kind of flow. It's very unusual to see a major put for $10 million expiring in 2 weeks. There's almost no intrinsic value in that put. That put starts burning the moment they place the bet. If they were just looking for protection, why not place a 428p for, I don't know, 2-3 months out, 4 months out? If they can afford $10 million, I'm sure they can afford more than that just for protection. But when you're placing heavy, heavy bets that are expiring in 2 weeks with no intrinsic value on them for $10 million, they think we're going down. And that is the warning. There is no argument against it. Now, we might trade up. Anything could happen. But I warn you right now, But this reminds me of previous years we've had major declines. So if you're a bull, I would say step out of the way, stand to the side, wait until the dust clears. You know, these aren't the droids you're looking for. This is not the bottom you're trying to buy. We all know what happens. We see a cascade of calls. We see millions of dollars in calls come in. And we trade up, right? So we just traded up to 448 from 440. It was a nice run right there. Is there a reason why we traded back down to 444? I haven't seen that in any recovery rallies. This must be like a new type of recovery rally. Yeah, my mind is blown right now. You really can't. There is no way to come up with, I'm a bull. I don't think half of you, some of you know, but I want all of you to know out there, right, that I'm despised on social media because I'm a super bull. I always buy the dip. Long time confirmed bull here. But I'm not reading any of this shit that's telling me I should be getting bullish. And I don't feel comfortable buying 444. I'd feel comfortable at 428, 400. I'd buy that dip all day long. When you got, I don't even know if I should say this or not. I saw some projections last night that were down around 390. Some new targets at 390 last night I was looking at. I'm almost scared to tell you guys that right now. I think that sounds crazy. Yet it's there. And I think it's, someone was saying it was, like if we close this week down, right, and then we close the month down, if we end up closing the month of January negative, it sets us up for 390. And then if we close March negative, if we close the quarter negative, that would set us up for a market crash. That would set us up for a year-long decline like we did in 2008. So start thinking about that stuff. If we close this week negative, and we close next week negative, right? And then we lose February, it begins to set us up for a market crash type scenario. We're not there yet, but if we get there, it could get nasty. And that's coming from a bull. Pretty nasty, huh? Like there's a bunch of setups here for really severe downside. Watching some calls coming in. HTA, March 18th, 32.5C, $1.5 million. Just had Apple puts come in. I mean, let's be bullish here, right? Apple puts, February 11th, 165p for $3.4 million. And right next to those Apple puts, I'm seeing February 11th, 165p, $290,000. Apple puts, February 11th, 165p, $290,000. NVIDIA puts January 21, 255p, $500,000. NRZ, May 20th. This is a $9 strike ticker. Somebody placed $600,000 in puts on it. NRZ. I don't know what else to say to you guys out there. Ready for this one? We spoke about this one last night. You ready for this one? You're going to love this one. You guys are going to love this because we talked about this on Sunday. We talked about it last night. Spotify, SPOT, February 4th, $2.8 million in calls, 200C. I wonder if somebody thinks that Spotify is going to have shorts lifted off it today. Spotify, $2.8 million in calls, expiring February 4th, 200C. $2.8 million. Here's another one that just came in. February 4th, IWM, 200p, $1.2 million. Puts. Yeah, I hate to be the person to break bad news. I don't want to be that person. I don't like being a bear. I want to come on here with you guys every day and I want to be like, hey, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up. But I don't know how to relate that to you this morning. There's a lot of doom and gloom. Do some of you guys remember March of 2020? The put flow that came through was insano. Absolutely insano. This looks a lot like it to me. Spotify with the Joe Rogan stuff. Apple's not going to the downside on ER. Well, that's a good point. So Neil's saying Apple is not going to the downside on ER. Let's talk about Apple real quick. Joe Donut and I were talking about Apple yesterday. We were trying to figure out Apple, right? So in recent history, Apple was trading at $90 or so. Was it $90 or $70? Between $70 and $90. They had a stock split announcement. 4-way stock split, right? And then it traded higher. Then it split 4 ways. Price of Apple is $164, right? So the price of Apple stock currently, based upon last year, went from $90, not last year, 2020, went from $90 to $656 a share, basically, pre-split. This is the most recent split. I know that they've split a ton over the years, but just in 2020, the 2020 move, a share of Apple is now basically worth $656. And so you think to yourself, you say, there's no way Apple's going down. It just isn't going down. Do I think Apple trades down to like 20, 40, 60 bucks or something? More than likely, no. But do I think 90 bucks is easily on the table for Apple? Sure. At 90, it's still worth, still worth 360 bucks, right? And I'm not saying that I guarantee we go there, but I'm saying you have to at least be open-minded to the fact that IWM or Apple can trade down without a doubt. Watching more puts come in right now. IWM, $1 million in IWM puts. January 31, 194p on IWM. Yeah, I think 90 bucks is a stretch too. I would want to buy it at $90. I think everybody would want to buy it at $90. But to say it like in our minds, like we have to as an investor and a trader, because I think originally Joe and I were saying there's no way that Apple trades down below 150. I think we both agreed on that. But then we started doing the math from just 2 years ago. And just because I feel like it can't trade down to 90 bucks or Joe doesn't feel like it can trade down to 90 bucks, mathematically, it seems very plausible. Most companies give back most of their stock split at some point, right? Not all, and Apple shouldn't. They're a great company. They'll be here forever. But to think that they can't trade down to 90 or 100 is not as crazy as it seems on the surface. So I don't know that we trade down to 90 bucks, but I think you should have it on the table. I think that you should look at it from a rational point of view and say, yeah, I can see 90 from that point of view. Because it's still trading at 360 bucks, which is a lot of money for a stock that was 90 bucks 2 years ago. That means it's tripled in value. And if inflation kicks, or excuse me, if we beat inflation, if we raise rates, then we've overpriced Apple. So volatility, we passed volatility a long time ago. We're past volatility. Volatility was at 460. We're in Beartown now. It's a whole nother place. This isn't my home. I don't like Beartown. Beartown's the place where you reverse everything you do as a bull. You look for opportunities to short until you get to a level that bulls feel comfortable buying. Okay, so explain to me how fair value of Apple when Apple was at $90 2 years ago. Explain this to me about fair value. Apple was $90 2 years ago. We split the stock 4 ways. Those 4 stocks, or shares, not stocks. Shares are a part of a stock, so 4 shares. 1 share at $90 was split 4 ways, now worth $150, right? 164. I think it was at like 70 something. I think it was at like $70, and then I was in that trade actually. I was in that trade right through ER. I held into ER. I remember the announcement in ER. I think it was at like $70 or something. Then it traded up to like 90. Then it went to like 100 and something, and then it split down. And then within the first day, I think it was up to like $70 or something crazy. Or like that week. Once the actual split took place. So I'm not saying that we trade down that low. I think you have to see a bank. I think price does matter, even after a split on certain companies. I don't expect us to trade down lower than like 130. I think 150 is on the table for sure. But if we traded down to $90, I wouldn't be sitting here when it happens and say, oh, I didn't see that coming. Because you can definitely see it coming. Because Apple's traded up in 2 years, 4 times the multiples that it had in 2 years. And the dollar isn't worth anything. So, of course, it's going to trade up 4 times its multiples. Well, if the dollar starts getting valuable again, then you have to reprice Apple. Yeah, I do like the buyback program on Apple. I'm not bearish on Apple. I'm not bearish on anything. I'm not bearish on the market. I just think that and someone asked yesterday in this Discord, they said, are you bearish or do you think we just need better prices? And that's what I think it is. I think we need better prices. I think you've got free money going out the window for a lot of companies that haven't produced anything. And so that's a real issue for these companies that haven't produced anything. We've been told this, right? Free money's going out the window. So if you haven't made anything at this point, bye-bye. We've been told that they're going to fight inflation. So if the value of the dollar moves up, then you have to also reprice companies. So my assumption is if you're a bull, you have to short or long puts on every rip. I think it doesn't matter if we have a Vanna rally. I think if let's say you lose that one trade on a Vanna rally, but you won the other 9 selling the rips, that you can take that 1L and still short that Vanna rally and take another W. Instead of being 9 for 1, you'll now be 10 for 1. And I think it doesn't stop until there's capitulation. I think you're going to see a lot of companies fold or merge or get bought out. And that stuff takes time. I think that takes a year. So we have more capitulation, right? Well, we're gonna need to have more capitulation. In the meantime, you can't, as a bull, take or buy a bottom until it becomes more reasonable. So I guess in your own mind, you have to think to yourself, what is reasonable? Is 440 reasonable? My assumption is that it's slightly lower. It's probably around 400. Maybe 428. But if things get ugly, there are targets coming out right now. If we have some ugliness in the next month or two, we start stacking red months, and then a red quarter. And then if we stack a second red quarter, it's going to get real ugly. $4,365 today. I don't know if it gets that deep today. There is some issues here. This morning, the issues are specifically the issues. Basically, last week we built up a put wall of 428. Well, not a wall, an absolute gamma strike of 428 on the downside for SPY. And so trading down to 440 seems like we're at the put wall. But we have another problem this morning, and that is that, see where this is. Hang tight here. Where did I see those puts? Was this yesterday? Yeah, right here. So we saw strikes into yesterday down to 428. Now this morning, we're seeing strikes down to 423. So you're expanding downward from 428 to 423. So yeah, 436 sounds logical. 435 sounds logical. It's on the table that we trade down to 436 right now. Like today, Monday, wouldn't surprise me. If I saw like $40 million come out in 480C today, I'd tell you we're heading higher. I'd tell you the Vanna rally is going to go higher. But we're not seeing that expansion to the upside. And if anything today, just at the heads up today, is that we have huge call delta rolling off at the end of the day today. So our trading range higher should shrink. Also watching more calls on Uber this morning. They were on our list as well. All right, give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So Quinn, are you reassuring us this morning? Bitcoin is heading a lot lower today. You won't find me buying long at these prices. Can't believe the diamond hands on LCID Lucid. Spotify, Piton. And there goes Piton, right? Tacked out at 28 bucks. I love it. I love Piton trading back to $28. Classic. I'm reading all the stories that came out about Peloton, and yet it trades back to its price from, or close to its price from yesterday. Is it time to short again, Joe? Yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it, Michael? Piton wants to trade at 10. I think I might have to enter a Piton short here. Take a look at Piton and see if we can find anything. We talked about Piton last night and how they'll trade it up. They'll run a scam operation to trade Piton back up at the open so everybody can F themselves. What can Piton say at their earnings report? Is it going to become like a Nicholas scam? I just placed an order for some puts after their ER. Sweet. So I grabbed some February 11th 20p on Peloton. Look here. Yeah, February 11th, 20p. I want to see what they can say inside of their earnings report that would pump this stock up. So February 11th, 20p. Pump this stock back up to $28. You got to be kidding me. It's at $32 yesterday. Swings back up to $28. How do you who can support Piton at $28? Yeah, what do you guys want me to check? If you guys have any tickers right now, let me check some tickers for you out there. I'll do LC right now for A run. Post one ticker per person. Yeah, Piton. I just bought a bunch of puts on Piton, so I'm not buying it. I'm gonna look at LC. I didn't see who you want. What was that ticker? LC? Okay. Lending Club. Let this load up. Let me scroll back up. Okay, easy guys. Hold on. I'm going to do LC. Then I'll do IWM. Will Lending Club be impacted by money tightening? That's a question. Let's look down below on Lending Club down to like $15. I want to see if it does what it did the last time we had a rate increase, right? It went down to like 15, $16. Be it by the dipper at $20.29. Put a tight stop at $19.90. Next stop down below would be $15.59, and that seems reasonable. So $15.59, $15.68, $15.73, excuse me. $15.78 would be your next stop. So you could buy here, somewhere near here. I'd say start buying at $20, $20.29, and have a tight stop at $19.93. $22, and I would hold it past $22. Probably hold it to $26. Maybe higher. Even if you're on localized support here, it wouldn't be surprising to see it come down to 20. At least 20. But close to a bottom, not bad. Over the life of this stock, not bad. It survived a previous rate hike, so probably have some faith in Lending Club. Sorry, I'm checking on some trades I have. Let's let the rut load up. Checking on some resistance on the SPY right now. Piton up a 12% today. I don't know what kind of hopes. Brian's saying that SQQQ broke 10-day average volume. Hold on here. We're going to look at the rut real quick. Hero indicator is very negative. More sellers than buyers. If you are bullish on RTY, a lot of ice up here, right? These are all sellers in this light blue. But if you are bullish, if you think there's going to be a Vanna rally, some resistance above at 202, 203. Not much, but a little bit. 204, or sorry, 203.98 would be your first price target. 203.95. Some resistance at 205.30. Again at 206.34. Looks like sellers are coming down right now in IWM. I don't like seeing this disappearing above here. 209.48, 209.70, 209.93. Here's where the big boy sellers are right here. You see this on the right-hand side here? 212. That'd be your price target if you were bullish on IWM. Look at the SQQ for Brian because he's here. I remember when I first met Brian, he said to me, "I've always got my finger on SQQ just in case." Reminds me of Dr. Strangelove. Sitting right on resistance of 40.84. Down below, you got a market 31.61. More sellers than buyers. Slightly positive on call flow. $40.56, 41s. You're looking for above 42.10. Clear skies above from there. Tesla. Do that one next. All right, got some more flow coming in right now. Disney, July 15th, 140 puts, $1 million. QQQ puts, January 28th, 357p for $400,000. I like seeing that Disney, those Disney puts being out in July. I like that. That looks more like healthy hedging. That's what you're going to expect to be seeing, right? You want to see like an in the money put call for like 6 months out, 3 months out. You know, Disney's got $1 million puts for 140, July 15th. So when you see SPY puts dated 2 weeks out, that's more concerning than a 6 month out 140p on Disney. SPY's getting bullish at the moment. More buyers than sellers. Hero indicators popping up on it. Let's take a look at the hero indicator. Looks like buyers stepped in back here at 12:35 or so. No, 12:30. There's a neat little spot on Tesla. If SPY is looking bullish, might have a little intraday play here. So it looks like you have some decent support here at 952 on Tesla. Blue skies above to 1,000. It's a nice trade right here if it works. 40-point trade. Of concern is the spot gamma note that there is a lot of call delta rolling off today on Tesla. Do these bulls convert to shares? Is a question. There's also a question of how this was hedged. Was it by shorting Tesla or was it by purchasing shares? Because if they go delta neutral on this trade on Tesla, do the dealers and brokers sell their shares into close today? Or does it become a wash if the long-term in the money call holders convert to shares? Which would stabilize Tesla? Amazon? So I'm wondering how I caught that copyright strike. Shut down my social media accounts. I think it might have been the music, unless it was something nefarious. The music had a free, it was free to use. I read the copyright on it. credited it in my description, so I'm gonna have to check and see what I did wrong. Maybe I'm just gonna have to buy some music. Watching calls come in on QCOM, February 25, 523,185C. QCOM, February 25th, 185C, $500,000 in calls. Watching some puts split up across, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, $450,000 in puts on CMCSA, January 28th, 50p. Watching more Palantir puts come in, January 28th, 14p for $50,000. SPY puts coming in, $100,000, 443p. Looks like they bashed right off the top up here. Rejected. Like a mosquito to a bug zapper, right? Amazon looking for 29.02. It's below VWAP. Negative hero indicator. More buyers than sellers. If you are bullish, your price target's 29.75, 29.80. If you want to look even higher than that, do we get 3,000? Yeah, we got 3,000 right here. Hold on here. If Amazon support breaks, if you're bearish, we can take a look there too. $28.80, $28.50. $2,800. It's a long way to fall. Some big gaps below Tesla. I think Jason was pointing this out in the Discord yesterday. Somebody was. 27.90, 27.35. WFG. Ooh, West Fraser Timber. I'm interested in this ticker. Price target's 108.86. Believe it or not, this screen is not frozen. It just doesn't have enough data. There isn't that much movement on this ticker. Price target's 108. Currently sitting at 89. Some sellers hiding above at 93.34. Looks like this is general support for it as well. Does the sell wall on SPY keep creeping lower? Yeah, so we've got opex today, right, on SPY. We've got a ton of calls out at 480. We've got some out at 470. I haven't seen any calls of significance to replace those calls. You look at it like a range. There's like you've got this this range of implied movement, and the range for us on the high side is coming down currently, or excuse me, the range on the bottom side is coming down, and we have a bunch of range on the upside coming off today. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Hang tight. Yeah, I don't really trust the SG put wall, by the way. I disagree with the SG put wall. I don't think they have up-to-date current information. I think they do the best job that they can, but they don't have the most up-to-date information. Tesla, Amazon, CVNA. I use Spot Gamma for a general idea based upon when the information was put out, the best information they had. But I don't think they can keep up with where everything is. Especially right now, I don't think they can. And I think it's hard for anybody to say, hey, we're going down, or we're going to burn this down. Nobody really wants to make a call because it's dangerous, right? If it goes the other way, you can get in trouble. $137.90 is support. Sell it at $153.92. More sellers than buyers currently. Yeah, buy the dip, 137.11. Looking for 153.64 on CVNA. Worst case scenario for Apple, $90. Easy. CRM. You guys are giving me some good tickers. Good job. I like seeing good tickers. Salesforce, baby. Joe Donut's favorite. For once, I don't want to see Tesla. You want to what I want to tell you about Salesforce? 218, 215. $210, $200, floating around up here by its lonesome. More sellers than buyers. Double the sellers. Spotify, yeah, we'll look at Spotify. It's a good one to look at because of those calls that came in. Okay, got some more big trades coming in right now. SPY $1 million. February 2nd, 435p. $600,000. SPY February 2nd, 430p. $400,000. QQQ, January 26th, $250,000, 355p. CLF, January 20th, 15p, $1.4 million. SPY, January 28th, 430p, $500,000. Palantir, January 28th, 13.5p, $73,000. Palantir, January 28th, 13.5p, $28,000. Baba, May 20th, 105p, $164,000. This is concerning. PayPal was on that list. Or not concerning. This is pretty good. So PayPal, sorry, I got that wrong. So PayPal just had some puts come out. June 17th, 140p for $500,000. But that's reasonable. That looks like a nice hedge, right? June, not in 2 weeks. June was on, PayPal's on the list to possibly squeeze into Monday, Tuesday. I like this trade. I like this Spotify trade. I like the fact that it's on some key support here. It's down at $199. If you wanted to follow all those big calls that were coming out on Spotify, snap a line somewhere around 187. 186 maybe. Snap another line at 190. Snap another line at 195.35. We can break through down here and then follow that big call that came in. Take it to 210. Be a buyer down here. Somewhere in here. All right, what else you guys got going on here? My Piton puts, I've got puts on Piton. Let me take a look. I've got February 11th, 20p. I think that's right after their earnings report. There's nothing that they can say that's going to be positive. SPY's just floating around. Perfect day for condors, right? Or some flies. Unless we sell down, I guess, into the bell. Range bound today as predicted so far. 440 to 448. Trading down looks like we'll take a look and see how far we trade down. Look for 440.39. Also looks like it's setting up for 435. Someone was commenting about that earlier. Sellers are lining up at 444. Probably get some panic into the end of the day, too. Not guaranteed, but that'd be my expectation. That'd be panic. See what else you guys are asking. Roblox. Hi, Zlu. How are you? RBLX. Let's go. Did just watch some TQQQ calls come in. February 18th, 60C, $265,000. Looks like day trader heaven. Ooh, I like Roblox here. The only thing that I don't like about Roblox here is that there's no calls above. I would watch Roblox closely. There's two things to know about Roblox here. Two important things. This is main support for Roblox. You're going to keep your eyes open for call expansion on it. But if you don't see call expansion on Roblox and it breaks below this $70, or well, if it breaks below 68.96, there's not a lot of support down below. It could free fall. But if it doesn't free fall and you see some call flow come in on it, it's a nice area of support. I like Roblox here to some extent. I like the idea of Roblox in the future. Already, I'm a fan of Roblox. So I'm biased to the bullish side on Roblox, but at the same time, if you don't see the calls come in for it, now this could be a setup to fall further. Danger would be a break below 60, would send you to 50. And that's your main support area. Just so you know, just a heads up on that. If there's a sell the world moment, so you want to be buying at 50 bucks. Could just put a standing order in for 50 bucks. Let me go back up here and see what you guys are saying. Hold on here, guys. Read what you guys are saying. You guys are talking so fast that I can't keep up. After fear, knee jerk, there's still Tina, right? Where do they do with all the money? Buying fucking buns. Golden rocks under the mattress, doubtful. What do you think on SPY? You're sitting at the SG put wall. Lots of rumors about Apple to buy Piton since early January. Yeah, I remember those rumors. Where do I think the put wall is? It's going down. That's why we broke below 460. It's going down. So today we have the call wall is, unless we see major calls come out today, the call wall is now going to come down to like 465, I would say. The absolute gamma strike on the call side will come down to like 465, 470. No, maybe not, because there was someone took out, what, 470s and 480s? So the absolute gamma strike was at 500. The call wall was at 480, I think. I know right now that our put wall down below has expanded to 420, I think. Or it's currently expanding on the downside. Yeah, I bet CVNA looked like a good ticker. Hutch. UNH looks like money moving in. Okay, we'll take a look at UNH next. I always like to hear something like that. Looks like money's moving in. Yeah, we can flip bullish. We just have to see the flow come in. If we don't see that flow come in, then we can't be bullish. We're retail, right? So we're waiting for the banks to decide, are we getting bullish or not? Until we see more calls coming in to replace the calls we had, we can't be bullish. All right, UNH, we've got double the buyers than we do sellers. Pretty decent support here at 451 and 430. Your price target on UNH is 501, which is really nice. Good ticker, good shout out. Appreciate you calling that one out. That might make a nice call spread. Looks like you got some more buy the dippers down here at what is 460 here. So we can get a little bit closer here and see where. Hang tight here. Wish there was a hero indicator for this stock. 460, first price target, 471, then 474. Ultimately, though, you're looking for $500 on UNH. Good shout out on that one, whoever did that one. Marvel. Just saw some calls come in on SPX. January 21st, 44.70 for $200,000. Marvel's sitting on some nice major support here at $72. The only issue, though, is this is where the problem lies in this stuff, right? So we're talking about this when the market dumped yesterday and earlier this week, a few other days earlier this week. And you see stuff like this right here, right? And on the surface, it looks great. Like Marvel's on major support. Everything should be fine here. The problem comes in when you don't see a red line above at like $90, $100. There's nothing to shoot for. So if you had a bunch of people buying Marvel calls at $90, you would see a big red line up here. And you see this nice support down here. You could trade this up to $90 or close to it, let's say. But when you're not seeing any call structure above and you're just seeing major support here, all you need is a negative event and it begins to trade down. It starts to free fall, actually. So just trading sideways. You've got more sellers than buyers right now. So you're just grinding through your support area here at $72. Sell the news would be $69.52. So I'd be careful in here. You want to keep your eyes open for call flow coming in on it. If you don't see any call flow coming in and it starts to roll off, it should start to trade down. You'll see dealers will sell this support here down lower. So firm support currently 72.21, 71.10, and 70.23. if the market gets spooked or any bad news comes out, you want to have a tight stop at 69.80 on Marvel. Yeah, I looked at Roblox, didn't I? I'm way back. I'm way behind in this chat. The base for volatility is pushing higher today. I'm going to do U. Unless Apple is buying us. Hilarious. Let me scroll down here and see where you guys are at in the chat. Piton's ripping. Make this the spy show. June. Hey, Winky, what are you saying here? June 498C, 32,000. Was that just bought, Winky? Can you, if Winky's still here, if you can type something again about that June 498. Yeah, I'll show Tesla again. David wants some short exposure over the weekend. Yeah, I think we trade sideways into the close. All right, here we go. Has, H-A-S. Has, maybe. I don't know how it's pronounced. H-A-S. 414.22. 97.5. C. $1.1 million. Golden ticket. That's HAS. Hotel Alpha Sierra. HAS. April 14th. 97.5. $1.1 million in calls. Golden ticket. With a follow-up HAS call for April 14th. 100C for $2 million. So we'll look up that one next. We'll do Unity right now. Same kind of a story on Unity. Sitting on some support here, 111.49, 106.02, 101.27. You want to pull the plug at 98.71. Unless you're looking for a bounce. You're kind of in the middle here, right? Diddling in the middle. 114.84 would be the price target if you're bullish on Unity. Hertz puts coming in. February 18th, 17.5. Hertz puts. HAS. Hasbro. A lot of calls coming in on Hasbro right now. Two strikes, 97.5 and 100. I like it. It's trading up to this 97.5 right now. Got another $2 million to 100 up here. I like it. I like seeing this right here. Unlike some of those other tickers, you see how you're seeing that 100 up here? This is a nice price target to shoot for. I like Hasbro. Good job. If you were looking to make entry in those, to follow those, buy the dip at 95. Yeah, you're not trading today, Brad? It's just sideways movement, Brad. It's not really a big day in any way, shape, or form. I want to know what Winky was saying about those calls. IWM's running to a spot. We'll look at IWM once again. Just give me a second here. We do Tesla once more. I'm scared. Let's see if... Hold on, what's Quinn saying? Feels shorting here is risky. They bought all of them. Not sure it's short here, but I'm short right now. Would like to see us retrace lower. Predict SPX 455.5 close. Thanks for the shout out, Denny, for the prediction on SPX. Speak for yourself, Cap. I trade long and short and printed both ways. What's that? Hilarious. Yeah, it's good to see. So 47,000 in calls for June 17th at 500, right? If you were bullish here, you'd want to see puts for June on SPY. Seeing calls on SPY. Hold on, Josh is saying what? 28C SPX 318. Is this too risky? 318 SPXS, I don't know. CRS, I'll look up CRSR next. And IWM. Watching some SPY calls come in. 121, 443C. 121, 443C is again. 83,000 in the first one, 365,000 in the second one. Next rack is SPY 121, 444C. $117,000. Total of roughly $500,000 on SPY going up currently. All day trader stuff. Dip buyer stepping in. 954, bounce. 950. VWAP's at 963. Looks like we tested it once. Probably test it again. 1, 2, and 3 all the way up. Someone here I know trades SE. Puts coming in on SE 218 160p for $660,000. Price target remains on Tesla 99880. CRSR. Man, I traded SC for almost a full year. You could place calls on SC, like month out, 3 month out calls on SC, and they just printed. Then it would sell down. You could buy some puts, would sell down, and then start a whole nother cycle. SC was a great ticker to trade. Some bulls coming in on the SPY. Actually, a ramp coming in right here. Seeing volume increase across the board on SPY currently. Doubled the volume since this morning. It's going to be an interesting thing to watch right here. Looks like some short covering. It's a real point of contention here around 444 in the SPY right now. It failed up there. Around 12 o'clock. I like this ticker a lot too. Good job whoever called this this ticker out. Let's look at CRSR. This is a great ticker. Good job whoever called this out. Love seeing structure like this, right? So I see great structure. Nice support. Price target above, $23. Probably another one above that. More buyers than sellers. Good job whoever called this one out. I like seeing this right here. This is nice. Take it to this light resistance here at 23, 22.50, but you can have a nice price target at $25. Good job whoever called out CRSR. Like seeing this here. This means that bulls want it to go higher. Another golden ticket just came in. Myrna, MRNA, April 14th, 155p for $1.6 million. All right, what else you guys doing? Yeah, X has, well, I don't know, $20 million in puts on it right now. Came out yesterday. More puts this morning. Tesla. The Holy Trinity went green again. You guys can hey David, welcome back. You guys can easily take trades. Just protect your trades that you're taking. Instead of trading everything naked, right? Instead of just buying naked options, you can make protected trades in both directions. Like, who was saying they were going to take a long here? Someone was saying they wanted to take a long into Tesla. Part of me, Desperado says, part of me just wants to take a Tesla 1080C, 1100C spread for I believe he means 218 and wing it for ER. Yeah, you can do that. You know, in reality, what you do is, when's the big day for ERs for big tech, right? There's a few days for big tech ERs coming up. Have a look at here. Hold on. What am I looking at here? So you figure if any guys out there that are bulls and you're like, I want to play tech ERs. You got FOMC in the 26th. And then all of a sudden, boom, out of nowhere, you've got Tesla, right? On the 26th. You've got Intel on the 26th, Boeing on the 26th, Apple on the 27th, Robinhood, Visa, Caterpillar on that Friday. You've got Alphabet on the Monday. Got some spreading of big tech out. It's not exactly, yeah, Hasbro's, just heads up, Hasbro's ER is on the 7th. So let's say you want to trade the Tesla earnings and you think that you're bull, or you are bullish. You just take a call spread that expires on the 26th itself. And then what you can do is you take a put spread farther dated out. Meta's on the 2nd. Figure once all the big boys are out of the way, take an in the money put spread. As well, right? So you can ride up. If you take the put spread farther dated than the call spread, let's say you have the call spread that runs up into the ER, we trade up, that thing prints. Boom, you get a print. And if we sell the market between now and then, and you're having in the money put spread that expires much farther dated into sometime into February, even if we trade up now into the ER for Tesla, I would assume that after all the big earnings comes out that we trade back down again. Once the big earnings are done, you'll see us, profits will be taken. You'll see us trade back down. So you could take like a market spread, a put spread in, call it middle of February, and take a shorter dated call spread on Tesla. If that's your view, if you're like, hey, I want to go long on Tesla, you could just take an in the money call spread. Why even bother with 1080? Just do like an in the money call spread from now into the 26th. Get a nice print. You can go slightly outside of the money, go to like 1040 or something, 1050. Get a nice print off it. You feel like you participated. And then you hedge it with some downside protection from now until then. And then you don't have to deal with day trading. So let's say your Tesla calls burn. They're going to burn because your puts are going to print. You know that eventually the market's going to want to retest, right? We know for a fact. So we're at 442, right? You know for a fact that even, let's say even we trade up here. Let's say we trade up from 442 or 440. Let's say we trade above 440. I promise you that we will be back down here retesting this level at least once, if not twice more, before we move higher. Yeah, so you don't have to wait to buy put spreads. You're buying the put spreads for protection. So you buy we're at 442 right now. You buy a 442 put spread expiring in mid-February. And we'll be back here. We could trade up right now to 460. Well, not 460. We could trade up. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but if we trade higher, we'll still come back to retest at least once. Unless we have a V-shaped recovery. But if we had a V-shaped recovery, it would have began today. Right? If we're trading sideways right now, that's no V-shaped recovery. Yeah, as a hedge. So you figure let's say you're bullish, your stance is bullish. You're like, look, there's no way we're selling off earnings reports for big tech. Okay, well, look at the week of big tech earnings and you go slightly past that, like let's say 2-3 weeks. And you know that people are going to take profit even if we have a good ER for big tech. You know, people want to take profit off their longs that they have. So you have two chances. You'll have the chance of us trading up higher from 442 and then a retest below again at 440 or whatever, 442. And then you'll have another chance if we take profit on big tech heading into their ERs. Now, if your Apple calls print and we don't come back to 442, it's not going to matter, right? Because you printed on your calls on Tesla. And if your Tesla calls burn, you know that you're going to at least be paid for your time in trading Tesla. And it'll be a double winner if we trade up to Tesla and then we trade back down to on the SPY. You'd print both sides. We're down at 441 right now. Myself, I'm not bullish. You guys know where my stance is right now. See this nice little line down here? 435, baby. 435. So you guys remember when I said 428? You guys said, no fucking way. If we see 420, if we see 435 today, I'm going to be pretty shocked. I'm not sure that we do, but if we see it, right? If we see it. What's the next support if we lose 440? 435. Confidently unbullish. Is my Discord all bears today? It's going to be really weird because hopefully those are bulls that have switched bearish. And I just haven't attracted all the bears into my feed. I like having bears here, but my hope is that I'm turning bulls into bears so that they don't lose their bank. That's my hope, is that normally bullish traders are seeing this market for what it is. They're able to make the transition as a trader would and know that we're in a very bearish context in the market. Okay, here's more put flow. QQQ, February 18th, 350p, $2.4 million. $2.4 million. Man. QQQ, 350p, $2.4 million. You know, if I saw all of this in call flow, I would tell you we're going to have a V-shaped recovery and we're going to blast off to the moon. But seeing this on the other side has me concerned. Once again, it's 1:24 in the afternoon. I have some concerns heading into the bell. Watching millions, $10 million blocks coming in against the major indexes, and meanwhile, Piton is up. Is up today 12.8%. Just watched another set of Qs come in. February 18th, 350p, $800,000. I got to tell you guys, I'm going to warn you guys one more time today, okay? We're going to have this talk again today. These are not your normal hedges. These hedges are very short dated. 2 week out hedges are not normal. And there comes a point in the market where they not only you're looking at put flow and hedge flow, two different things, where you got put hedges and puts, but there becomes a cascading waterfall effect This is the same thing when you see big runs, like when you see Tesla run up 200, 300 points, like huge moves in the market. When you see SoftBank step in and they just start hammering the market with calls, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in calls, and we rip higher, and there's nothing that you can do about it. You don't trade against it, right? And so as a bull, when we're talking about that, stuff, and we're saying, hey, look, there's so much gamma coming in on the call side that we're going up. There's nothing you can't stop it. That's happening right now on the put side. I know that like everything in your bones tells you we're at a bottom. We can't trade down any farther. But if you were to turn your monitor upside down, we're not that far at a bottom right now. Just saw some SPX calls come in. January 24th, 4455, $650,000. So they're just stacking them right now. Stacking up puts for February 18th. Yeah, someone's saying Discord seems pretty balanced. That's good. Yeah, well, you want to hear both sides. You definitely never want, especially right now on the downside, you want to be listening to bulls as well, because if a bull says something that matters, we don't want to miss that in case we do trade higher. Let me know in the chat real quick if you think that we're heading up into Monday, if you think we're getting our Monday Vanna rally, or if you think we trade down on Monday. I'll show you Lucid next. Hell is coming. Depths of hell. Higher Monday speed. We'll do the opposite of the closes today. Down the reverse. I think that the close could be insane, and the risk there feels like it is to the upside, but what the fuck do I know? Post opex washout. Down today, higher Monday. Hey, Doughboy. Welcome back, brother. You're out fishing, right? Or not fishing. You work on a well, don't you? Welcome back, brother. The Discord invitation is down in the description of this video. Yeah, I think that we trade up on Monday. I think we trade higher on Monday, then we sell down into FOMC. And then I think we trade down to that 428 level. 435, somewhere down in there. But I think we trade up into Monday. Just watched another rack of QQQs put flow come in. Same strike, same expiration. February 18th, 350p, $800,000. Just rolled in. XLE puts February 4th, 62p, $104,000. Just saw Lucid calls come in. January 21, 38C. But still no real money. It's 20 grand. Caught a nice bounce here. If you want to follow lucid calls, just keep your eye on the interest at that strike. January 21, 38C. It costs 40 cents when he bought them. And as long as the guy doesn't sell them, it should be pretty good. If I see any put flow come in on lucid, I'll let you know. Nice. So, Jason, do you think that... hell yeah, Doughboy. Are you heli skiing today or what, brother? That's what you were doing. I forgot. One of you guys was going out on an oil rig. And I remember you said you were going to heli ski, right? Jason, what do you think we do into the close and then into the open Monday and then into Wednesday? We're all putting our what we think's going to happen. Most Mondays after opex are washouts, have been for quite some time. A few exceptions, September and October. Slonek is chiming in. Good info, Slonek. That's some good insight, Andy. Seems like the world will reopen soon and people won't be encouraged to stay home and trade stocks, crypto in a down market. They'll have to go back to work. Yeah, it'll become a trader's market. It definitely won't become an investor's market. Bloodstun saying that someone sold $7.1 million in 3,000 puts and bought 4.4 million 3,000 calls for April 14th. You got a ton of BLK 720p that expire in 128. During for FOMC. Man, BLK is just falling off the side of the face of the earth, huh? What's the funny meme that Meet Kev posted? Meet Kevin posted. Yeah, no opinion. Just watching, playing price action off opening range. I can't predict shit right now. Yeah, I agree with that statement as well, Jason. I'm just watching the flow at this point. I've got some puts out on Piton heading into their ER. Yeah, I had some puts fill on Piton that way today. I put a bid way below the ask, and they filled. Talking Monthly is saying, yeah, the Bears are probably talking about this somewhere else out there. Talking Monkey is bringing up a point that the Bears are probably talking about. It's not quite the monthly support either. You guys want to be paying attention to how we close this week out. How we close the month out is critical as well. Gonna look back here right now. When did we start the month? Yeah, so if we close this week negative, and then we end up closing this month on the negative, if we close negative on this month, which it looks like we're going to, that sets up the quarter to be negative, right? Because you'd have, you got January negative, and then if we, well, it sets up the following month, I should say. It sets up February to be negative, and then if you get March negative, you'd set up the quarter. If you see the quarter negative, that's bad news. So I just have some questions about that for where we are in the market. I think we probably trade up on Monday at some point, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know how high. And then I think we sell down once more. JPM, May 20th, 135p. For $282,000. Yeah, Josh is legend. He's a man. He's awesome sauce. Love that guy. Ma'am is tweeting that there's major volume on 4400 ESF puts for end of month. What do you guys think of this trade for a dovish FOMC? Call spreads, 30 cents. Everybody knows Tesla's going to have killer ER, but that won't matter too much unless FOMC is dovish. Took some wild shit to let today. Underlying stock alerts going off constantly, but SPY is ranging. Yeah, I agree with that. Sideways, baby. Do I have charts of the last 12 OPEX days for SPY? On the monthly? Yeah, I do. I had them charted out for a long time, and then I wiped my charts clean of those. When I look, if my contention is that we're going down. So right now I'm looking at how we traded in March of 2020. So I think that we trade higher. And then I think we sell off once more. And it could happen fast. You guys are savages on SPY. I do think it can get wild in a close today. And on Monday, Tuesday. There have been 3 or 4 in the last 18 months where it trades like shit all day long, and then in the last 50 minutes it goes up 10 to 20 points. Yeah, I'm thinking that same thing, Winky. Yeah, I'm in a boatload of calls right now. Cheap calls for the close. I'm in a bunch of dirt cheap calls. I'm betting on that happening. It's pure gamble, but do I have thoughts on Bitcoin over the weekend, Cap? Will we tank deeper today? Yeah, I think there's a possibility we could trade down to 435. I think there's a real chance that we could trade down here. Right here. Support's firming up at 440. This is good to see. You want to see this? I think we have the potential to trade down to 435 at some point. I don't think it's 100%, and I don't think it's like guaranteed. I don't think it's a 90% chance. I'm holding a boatload of 0 dates for the close. If there's a short covering operation into the close, looking at here. Yeah, I've got a rack full of 450 Cs. And I'm hoping that we squeeze up into the bell on SPY. Maybe it carries over into Monday, and then we trade deeper. That's my plan, at least. I don't recommend that any of you follow that plan. Is it 1.3 trillion? I thought it was 1.3 billion rolling off at the end of the day. Yeah, we got 1.3 billion rolling off today, end of day. So I've got dirt cheap calls that cost, I don't know, 10 cents or something for a short covering into the close today. Watching SPY, a few things I'm watching right now. mRNA, Myrna, March 18th, 155p for $1.3 million. SPY calls, 121, 447C. Snap calls, February 18th, 34C for $300,000. QQQ calls, January 21, 359C for $69,000. SPY calls, January 26th, 444 calls for $537,000. More SPY calls, January 21st, 447C for $50,000. It's not 1.3 trillion. It's 1.26 billion. It's 1.26 billion. Even if Zero Hedge said trillion, it's 1.26 billion, I think. Unless I got that wrong. You'd have to, I would check Zero Hedge against other sources. Or no, I should say it's 1.26 billion in call delta rolling off today. And you don't know, there's some other wonkiness behind that information as well. You don't know how those calls are hedged. You don't know if these deep in the money calls are going to be converted to shares. There's a whole bunch of small mechanics in the background and what takes place when that happens. And then we still don't know what's going to come out for structure at the end of the day. We could be sitting here being very bullish or bearish, and the last half an hour, last 45 minutes, last 15 minutes, you could see $60 million in calls roll in the front door. And all of a sudden, if you're super hella bearish, you're going to get screwed. So I think my thought is, you've got a small percent chance that we're going to trade down to 435. That's down here. We could swoop down and then swoop up into the close. Option number 2 is that we just swoop up from this 440 or whatever, or this big base that we have, short covering in the close. And then your next option would be we panic sell down into the close, right? Just slam down, slam 428, let's call it. Just sell the news again like we have all week long. And I think that's going to depend upon what happens to those calls, what kind of hedging we see into the close. It's 1:47 in the afternoon, so we'll start to see what happens. Between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. we'll know, right? What's going to take place. I guess option 4 would be that we just trade sideways right into the bell. And it's a big thank you for playing. Better luck next time. We'll see you on Monday. Watching more QQQ puts in line here. January 21, 358p for $200,000. Almost looks like a pitting on the Qs, right? Almost as if a bunch of players want the price at a certain price at the close today. Almost as if you're going to park it like Sully wants to park it. Yeah, that's my one problem. Everybody in the grandma's holding puts. Yeah, you want to confirm that 1.8 trillion with another source, not just here, let me show you guys something. Hold on a second. Let me see if I'm wrong. Because just because what's his face says that doesn't make it so either. Hold on. I'm going to check right now. Give me just a second here. It might be trillion. I might just be misspeaking right now. Give me just a second. Let me take a look here. 17th, 18th. Yeah, so this is what I'm going to tell you, okay? I'm going to be very clear here, okay? Who was it that released that? Zero hedge is wrong. So zero hedge is wrong. I want to be very, very clear on this. It's not 1.7 or 6 trillion. It's 1.26 billion in call delta that's rolling off today. I don't know why they got that wrong. But it's billion, not trillion. So zero hedge is wrong. Probably just a spelling error. I don't care what Reuters has. They're wrong too. I know they're wrong. It's billion. My assumption is that someone got the billions and trillions mixed up, and now everybody's spreading it around. It's billion. Oh, they're not talking about the delta? That's 1.26 billion in call delta rolling off. I think that's what it was the other day. It's the largest roll-off of call delta in history. These are people that bought calls in major big tech companies that are now deep in the money that expire today. I'll show you guys who guys want to see it. I'll bring it up for you. We've been talking about this for what, 2 weeks, right? Before it was in the news, we were talking about it. I can show you the chart. I got the chart sitting right in front of me. Matter of fact, here is the spot gamma note on this, right? January OPEX is next week. There are large, deep in the money, single stock options positions open. There's something north of $100 billion in notional call deltas expiring. Later on, he does another note where he talks about the specific number. It's 1.26 or 1.26 billion in notional call deltas expiring, as the dealers are thought to be short those calls and hedged with long stock. The sale of hedges tied to these or those expiring positions may pressure these stocks, some of which are in short gamma. All that means is that on the further weakness, dealers will add pressure. It's a feedback loop that likely ends with the dealer's reset in gamma exposure post opex. And that's on Monday. But with that being said, so there's increased potential for instability, right? As long as participants maintain SPX prices below 4,700. But there's more problems here, is that we didn't have the put flow and the hedge flow that we've had come in since then, and not having more call flow to replace this call delta rolling off is a problem. At this point, at least it is. And that's why we traded down as deep as we did so far. Welcome to the casino where fortunes are gained and lost. Not necessarily, because the dealers become neutral at that point, right? Everything's fair, right? Everything's weighted. Doesn't mean that it's down next week. It means that The dealers are trying to get neutral into the end of day today off of that trade. The problem lies in what comes into the market to replace that stuff. And what's been added this past week is negative flow, not positive flow. Okay, you guys ready? SPY, January 21, 440p, $63,000. SPY, February 25th, 420 puts, $1.6 million. 1.6 million in February 25th. Puts on the market. So the point is that you want to be seeing call flow to replace this call flow. And if you don't see the call flow to replace this call flow in any meaningful size, not $1 million, talking like millions, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, $1 million per in the SPY, $100 million in a bunch of other big tickers. If you don't see that replaced, right, and you see these calls roll off, and the dealers are trying to get neutral, right, into Monday, but you see a bunch of flow coming in on the negative side, what does that tell you? I'll take a look at that. I wasn't paying attention to dark pool. Yeah, I see that. I see some at 1 o'clock as well. Winky, 1253, 1247, all in the red. DIA, 1244 this afternoon. Q's at 1238. The only other thing that I can think about here that might be bullish would be if they're trying to get neutral into the end of the day, that we might possibly come up because of the deep selling that we've had. And so they're going to try to park it at the end of the day to where everything is fair, right? No, this isn't. This is none of this hedging has anything to do with Ukraine. None of this hedging has anything to do with FOMC. Well, it kind of does have to do with FOMC. Well, that's the other side of the argument, George, and I agree with that. That's the other side of the argument. If all of these calls are exercised and they buy the shares, it would make all things equal. But if they don't exercise these calls, right, they take the money and run, and then the dealers no longer have to hedge, and you've got negative puts coming into the market, right? You've got negative hedging coming into the market too, right? Those three amplifications can have some really devastating impacts on our market. But there is that other side of that argument. I agree with that other side of the argument. So whoever brought that up, George, I agree with you on that. And that is a question. Nobody knows that answer heading into close today. In your view, there's almost no chance that JPM and other large participants knew that they wanted to park the market at less than 436 3 months ago. No, we do. I know that we did, because I remember on last opex, I can probably even bring this up. I think I can look back here. But I can probably show you the flow that came in. Hang tight here. So back on December 3rd, have a little look back on December 3rd, and matter of fact, I think you can check on. I think I might have posted this on Twitter. Matter of fact, Eric Hagar talked about this as well back in December on the 3rd. He'd be a good source for this. There was extreme hedge buying on December 3rd. Extreme hedge buying down in the 420s, down in the 440s. And here we are again. So you've got this, we're working inside of this massive megaphone, right? And eventually someone's going to get shaken loose by it. Let me see if I can look that flow up. Hold on. If I can find it and post it to you right now on this stream, I will. Hang tight. Let me look and check and see if I can actually search for this. I'll actually call them out to you if I can find them. Snapshot by date. Can I do January 12? Give me just a second here, and I'll find the flow for you. Okay, you ready? I got something for you. On December 13th at 11:32 a.m., $5.5 million in IWM 206 puts were purchased for January 21st. IWM, 5 million in puts purchased on IWM. Like straight up hellscape. Let me find the SPY stuff. Hang tight. Millions. I've got another $1 million, January 21st, 206. What am I looking for here? 12-1. 12-1 was the other day when a lot of bearish, crazy ass bearish put flow came in. This guy's been planning this shit for so long. So they were planning it back in December. IWM, right? Millions. I mean, straight millions in put flow for today. Bought on 12-1. Expiring today, January 21. Specifically today. SPY, right? Let's see here. Not a ton on SPY, but a shit ton on IWM. These guys knew exactly what they were doing. And they know that it was coming down here. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing selling this market down into today. They knew it back in December. They knew it 2 months ago they were coming down here. We need to reverse Zach Morris. It's probably the easier. If you had to look at all of them, if you had to look at SPY, Qs, IWM was probably the easiest one to short. Keep it nice and pinned down here for, you know, prints today. Everybody will get paid. Right? Dealers get paid. Market makers get paid. Banks get paid. It'd be hilarious to see if Piton trades to $30, recovers everything today. Would be hilarious. Meanwhile, Amazon can't regain any ground today, but Piton's coming back, baby. They made a ton of money. No, not well. So we don't really predict the moves. What we do is we traditionally chart out the market, right? We watch the volume and market profile. We track order flow on the dome, right? For actual on Bookmap, right? We watch options order flow and track them over time. Watch for gamma levels, for volatility levels, and we trade it. And it works out most of the time. So let's look at IWM. What's IWM at right now? Let's see if they're going to print these puts, right? Looks like they're going to print them. And then it being an opex, you're tracking all the hedging that's coming in. And in a healthy market, you're looking for hedging that's 1, 2, 3 months out. Or more than a month. You're probably looking for like a month is not safe. You want to really see like 3 months out, 6 months out, so that these guys can take the market long. But when you're seeing like market hedges that are 2 weeks out, that's pretty scary. Yeah, it was a wild day, Emerson, for sure. Yeah, I got some puts on Piton for their ER, so we'll see what happens on their ER. The fact that they've traded back to their original price and Amazon hasn't, it's kind of telling. Last night's video, we talked about that, right? That banks don't like unknown news. They don't like to be caught with their pants down, whether it's going up or down. If we trade higher on unknown news, they always bring it back down so that they can get in, so that they can ride it up. Same thing happens when we have unknown news that drops a stock. You'll typically see it trade higher again, so that they can sell out of their positions and leave you with the bags. It's kind of like a timeout rule, right? It's like your older brother's there. You're fighting with your older brother, and he's allowed to beat you up whenever he wants. And then the moment you sock him in the mouth, he says, timeout. And because he's bigger than you, you have to be forced into a timeout. Where in the inverse, you know, you don't get your older brother just keeps beating you up. Well, it depends on where they bottom. But typically you'll see it in an opex last 15 minutes or so. You'll see some wild moves. You'll see some really jagged moves on specific tickers. Sometimes I try to get it done in the morning. The others try to get it done end of day. Yeah, I don't know about when to short Piton or when not to. All I know is that if you, I don't care if my long puts don't print. I'll buy them again, and I'll buy them again, and I'll buy them again. Piton has no business being at 28 bucks, nor 30. Even when when Piton was coming down pre that news coming out, my position was that even if Piton didn't go bankrupt, it's a $10 stock. That's what it is. No, I don't think it's dumb to hold. I think you guys all should take your own positions and have your own stance on where you think we're going. The safest bet is to not trade today, right? Last night's video, we talked about it. I told you we'll trade sideways today. And first I said we'll trade down more than likely, which we did right off the bell. And then we'll trade sideways into the close. That's to be expected on an opex day. The banks have their own stuff they have to do. They have to position themselves for the following month and into the next quarterly. Right? They positioned themselves back in January. And now as we're getting closer into February, they're going to adjust their positions for March. So did they do this stuff today? They've got a bunch of shit that's expiring today, so they're going to stabilize SPY. And then there'll be brief moments of chaotic trading. So I guess you have to pick your poison, right? Do you think we trade down into the close? Do you think we trade up into the close? Do they just park it into the close? And then what's the impact on Monday? I don't know what that is right now. Right now, I'm just watching to see what they do. Yeah, the range trading is doing good. So I think everybody's waiting. If I had to guess, everybody's waiting to see what the banks do into the close today to determine where we're going. One thing that I would make a note of is I haven't seen a ton of call flow. You're not going to see like a bank buy $100 million in SPY puts and then some rando like me buy $100,000 in calls and it's going to go up to 480. I'm not going to push the banks to trade us to 480 on $100,000 calls on SPX. And on that note, this is nice to see. SPX calls, February 18th, 44.80 for $2.9 million. Whatever hedge fund did that, thank you. Yeah, you want to see a better weighting on the call side of this market heading into close today. You want to see more call flow come into the market, into close today, to offset the heavy put side that's come into the market at this point. We just saw some SPX calls come in, $2.9 million, February 18th. You have to look at this from the perspective, if you were bullish here, you're going to want to not see so many close dated hedge puts. You're going to want to see an overwhelming leaning to the call side. And in a healthy market, you'd see calls and puts coming in. But right now, everything is weighted towards the put side. Although we are starting to see some calls come in for SPX. So that's good news. Short dated, though. February 18th. Please just bear no bull. Can't believe I got all these bears in here. Can't believe I have so many bears in here. Yeah, I just entered some calls. I'm in some 10-cent calls right now. We'll see if they're down to 7 cents. So they're weaning out my 450s. I'm going to hold these into the close, I believe. I think there might be some short covering into close. They were dirt cheap, so we'll see if they print. Or they might just pit it into the bell. There's like 350,000 contracts out on 440p expiring today. Uber had a nice recovery from this morning's call flow. Spotify had a nice recovery this morning from that call flow. I want to check out Hood real quick and see if there's buyers on Hood. Hood's on my short list. It traded down to a nice price this morning. So I think that today's, more of a waiting game day for me, or you just sell the rips, buy the dips. Yeah, I'll take a look at XBI. David's saying that all three markets are at near 20% correction. Yeah, SPY isn't. NDX is near 20% correction. Nasdaq's at near 20%. I think SPY might have hit 10% today, David. Ooh, look at this. Buyers have moved lower on Hood. 12.11. That's not good to see. Maybe I'm still waiting on Hood then. More buyers showing up at $10. We didn't have these guys earlier either. Yeah, what numbers do we need for a 20% correction? Does anybody know the exact numbers? So RTY needs 197 to hit its 20% correction. Thanks, Al, for chiming in with QQQ's down 14%. Yeah, we saw those 197 puts come out today on the RUT. Qs are at like 13% or so. Yeah, Al's saying it's 14%. Yeah, I'm still not ready to buy Hood then either. I'm going to wait on that one. Look at XBI. XBI has been destroyed, right? Just wrecking ball coming through XBI. XBI doesn't show up well on Bookmap, but we'll look at it. Okay, let's talk to Bob. Let's address this with Bobcat. So, Bobcat, you would be looking for 75,000 SPY puts expiring in June as a hedge. And then you would take the market long with that protection. $382 is 20%. Yeah, that's about my target, 390. That's where I'm at, 390. Do you know what that June looks like? Looks like call hedging to me. Doesn't look like put hedging, right? Looks like hedging in case we go there. But we're going down, baby. Does that make sense to you, Bobcat? Executive Officer John Foley vowed to slash expenses at the struggling fitness company, though he's disputed reports that it had idled its factories to save money. You know, I'll tell you what, Robert. I'll tell you what, that's beautiful right there. That's on what's interesting about that is there's one time they can't lie. And that's during their ER. You guys all know that out there, right? I want you guys to know something. Yeah. I know you're thinking, Bobcat. I got you, brother. I hear what you're saying. But if we're going down, you're going to hedge with calls. So, you know, it's funny. The Piton chief, right? Executive Officer John Foley is allowed to lie. He can say whatever the F he wants. There's only one time that he can't lie. Do you guys know when that is? By law, they can't lie in their earnings. So the CEO can say whatever they want. They can make mistakes when they're talking publicly. They can release statements that are inaccurate. But there's a one time when they can't fuck around, and that is in their guidance, right? In their ERs. It's the one time every quarter or every quarter that they have to open the books and they have to tell you the truth. It's one of the most fascinating things about earnings season is no matter what they've told you all year long, they have to give you the exact juice. Yeah. And he's allowed to say that right now. He's allowed to say it right now. Let's say he says, it's bad, but it's not that bad, right? Just like you're saying. Well, when you sit in their ER, you get to actually see how bad it is. That's right. He cannot lie because that's fraud. That's when the fraud kicks in. I bring you back to Samuel Adams once again. Samuel Adams is a great one. Yeah, Piton. It's a lie. It's a fraud. It's bullshit. It's a scam. Right? And he doesn't have to tell the truth until well, so you can say whatever you want publicly, right? You can't lie about shit in your ER, right? That's where it becomes fraud. So like I can be a CEO of a company, I can tell you, I can say, I don't know, we're doing fucking great. I can tell you we're making lots of money. Everything's doing wonderful. But then when you get to we get to the ER portion of our company and you're listening in to me talk about the company, only at that point do I have to come clean and say, well, you know, we didn't meet these numbers and, you know, we got a chip shortage problem and, you know, Jimmy didn't want to come into work on Tuesday. And I forgot to tell you guys that. Or I didn't know it was that bad until I got together with the boys, with the accountants and the lawyers and all my managers. Yeah, so XBI has been beaten down. This doesn't really show a lot for XBI. 88.50, $90. Ceiling right now looks like 92.34. Looking at some Microsoft calls, January 28, $631,000. 305C. That's healthy. Good to see that. Looking at some SPY puts, January 28th, 430p, $255,000. Yeah, they can say whatever they want. That's right, our puts are green. Or are they green? Let me look. I haven't even looked to see if my puts are green. Hey, look at I got green puts. I've got green Piton poops. Yeah, lying did not work out so well for Elizabeth Holmes. And that's the key, is that when you lie, right? It is no bueno. Watching major puts come in right now. IWM puts January 28th, $412,000. QQQ, $200,000, January 21st. Puts. Yeah, that CEO should not have made that statement. This is the same shit that Samuel Adams did. Then you get them inside the meeting, right? Samuel Adams tried to cover up that their White Claw shit wasn't working, and they didn't tell anybody about it. They downplayed how bad it was, and then they went into their ER, and they had to be honest about it. And they were like, we made a bad move. We dumped all this money into this product, and we found out that when people go out to dinner or to a bar, they don't want to drink White Claws. They want to get shit-faced at their house on White Claws while their husband's at work or while their wife's at work, trying to make sure they're not getting fat. But the moment that these people step outside the front door and they go to the nightclub, go to the bar, they go to a restaurant, and once they get to that restaurant, bar, or whatever, they don't want to be seen drinking White Claw. So whatever the version is for Samuel Adams. But they failed to tell people that before ER. And they were required to tell people that in ER. So the moment they did that, a lot of investors felt misled. And that'll probably happen at this ER for Piton. That guy can say whatever the F he wants out there right now. I am fucking short this company. They can eat a bag of balls as far as I'm concerned. The White Claw assessment. And this guy's going to get caught in this. This guy's going to get caught in this on his ER because he can't lie in his ER. He's going to get caught in this web of lies in his ER. He's going to come truthful about it. He's going to tell you that things are bad in the company. And the stock's going to fucking plummet. So I'm holding the shit ton bag of puts for just after that ER because I know it's going to crater. I know it's going to crater. Guy's closing down his manufacturing facilities to save money. Can't close down your manufacturing facilities to save money. Not like that. It's insano. AFRM's way below support. Jeremy, I'm going to bring up AFRM next. And someone was mentioning in the stream, Piton is taking a massive dump right now. Because everybody knows the gig is up, right? Everybody knows the gig is up. And Piton just broke below its daily 200 MA on the 1 minute chart, on a daily chart. 1 minute, on a 1 minute chart, just broke below any kind of support. Just shit the bed. Ooh, AFRM. Breaking below major support. Right? We said you don't want to see this. Light support at $58. Light support at $56. Major support. Next stop for A firm is 55.13. What's going on, Damien? Look up Palantir next. You got to be kidding me on Piton. Easiest short out there right now. Period. Reminds me of, you know what Piton reminds me of? Just like that, whoever was commenting about Nikola. I remember when that Nikola shit started, all kinds of bulls got fucked, like straight up jacked. All these retarded bulls were in Nikola. I remember on there was a Nikola subreddit on Reddit, and they were defending Nikola, saying it wasn't fraud and it wasn't this and it wasn't that, and he supposedly knew the CEO and yada yada yada. I remember they till they were red in the face, they said everything was fine. Till they were red in the face, right? Defending. Then you get the real juice and you find out that it was all scam, all lies. They were lying the entire time. They didn't have to tell the truth. And it just kept cratering and cratering and cratering. Got a bull coming out there and buying Tesla, January 21, 960C. Expiring today, $100,000. Someone bought some SPY calls, January 24th, 448C for $89,000. PLTR. Looks like pretty strong support down here in Palantir. $13.54. Then a flat 13. I like the price of this stock. $13.52 on PLTR. Oh, we're printing those puts, baby. We are printing those Piton puts. We are printing us some Piton. Oh, no. Oh, no. We just got puts, bro. We're not fucking around with spreads on Piton. We're going to short this piece of shit into the depths of hell. Yeah, the truck rolling downhill in the video was the icing on the cake. That shit was hilarious. Palantir, Palantar, Palantard, Plantair. Doing great. Yeah, Nikola was great on the way up and down, definitely. So we'll look at Shopify. I like them. I think they're a long time hold. Bye bye, Piton. Print me some money, Piton. Print me some fat tendies. No spreads. Not on this one. We're gonna raw dog Piton down to $10. Bobcat, I can check on that for you. Let me take a look, brother. You know what, as a matter of fact, I'll look for you right now, okay? I have some software that can see how much hedging is on individual tickers. Yeah, Michael, I see that, brother. So what we'll do is we'll look at Shopify. Yeah, you guys know what needs a beatdown. We knew that Nikola needed a beaten down. We know that Piton has it coming at this point. After all that selling that they had, and now they come out with this bullshit. Even bullish on Piton, I wasn't bullish above $10. So, then you get this kind of news coming out, and you want to be bullish there at $30. No, thank you. What about it at $10? Now with this news, definitely not worth more than $10 on a good day. Shutting down your factories, can't do that. Didn't anticipate that demand would go down. When you say stuff like that, that's like what Sam Adams said about White Claw. What do you mean you didn't anticipate? You didn't anticipate the country reopening? You didn't anticipate people wanting to get out and fucking exercise outside of the house? You didn't anticipate that people that were locked up for 2 years wanted to get outside and do something other than ride on a bicycle? You didn't anticipate that some guy's going to have to go back to work and his wife's going to get a boyfriend and not need to ride the Peloton bike any longer? Oh, zing. Just kidding. Shouldn't have said that. Thought your wife was going to want to ride a Peloton at home for 3 years or 5 years? What are you, crazy? It's insano. Frothing barefoot again. Seriously, did you guys really think that? You're telling me there wasn't a guy in the room at Piton that didn't say to the CEO, you know, people are going to want to stay locked up for the next 5 years? Come on. Of course they had that conversation. They were probably trying to design new shit, right? If I had to guess, they were probably going to, they should have done is design something for outside. Some kind of outdoor activity, teamed up, bought a bike company or something. If they'd bought like a bike company, banger. Watching some misfit calls come in. January 28th, $600,000. 305C. That would have been the smart thing to do, right? The smart thing is that, well, hold on here. Am I going to buy this, dip down here and spy? Like one of the smart things they could have done was just open or expand their business to an outside company. Then I guess you have to look at it. Let's say they're going to merge with Apple. Let's say Apple wants to buy them. Do you think Apple wants to buy them at $30? Or do you think Apple would rather buy them at $10? Yeah, no lockdown in Sweden, so no Piton needed. That's a lot of inventory. You want to have shortages in Piton bikes. You want to hear that they won't have your bike to you until next year or something. Yeah, Misfit's a nice safe haven. They should have bought like an outdoor bike company or something, or expanded, right? Bought some kind of GPS company, rolled all that stuff into a video camera that videotapes you riding your bike. When I used to mountain bike a lot, I used to wear a GoPro and I'd videotape where I was riding. They could have done something like that. They didn't do any of that shit. They took the money and they ran. Did a bunch of cocaine, hired a bunch of hookers, whatever it is that they did. While on the face of that company, they're making it seem like they're there for you. Probably what happened. Nice bounce here on Shopify. Little ricochet below here at 860. It's a nice support down here. 865, 860, 855, 850. This is nice and strong right here. Good to see this. More sellers than buyers currently. We can look lower. Shopify is a little overvalued. You can't deny it, right? It's a little suspect. Not much support under here at 855. If we break through 855 here, though, danger, Will Robinson. Most definitely danger. This should be bottom. on Shopify. I'll tell you what, though. Bad news came out on Shopify, man. Woof. This looks like the Amazon chart. Whole lot of falling going on in here. Whole lot of falling going on in here. Very, very dangerous. You're basically on established support. Right here where we are. This could do some damage. This is like Amazon. I'm suspect of it. $868. I'm looking at it right now, Shopify. Yeah, you know, I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Y'all should pull up a chart of Shopify. Because I'll tell you what. Shopify is looking a whole hell of a lot like Amazon. Want to talk about a fucking elevator down that it's had? How about 360 on Shopify? Because I'll tell you what, there is nothing holding up Shopify right now. Nothing. Who brought that one up? Thanks for saying to look at Shopify. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, holding up Shopify right now. See this right here? I want you to see this right here, okay? This is all that's holding up Shopify. We have more sellers currently on Shopify than buyers. And there is literally nothing holding up Shopify from falling another 300 points. Hilarious. But I tell you what, it's very scary. Yeah, I don't think we go to 360, but I'll tell you right now, there ain't shit holding it up right now. There is nothing, no support holding it up. It's literally like blue skies to 360. It's pretty wild, right? Amazon, same thing. Oh yeah, Joe. Joe, shop looks like a rug pull, bro. Amazon looks like a rug pull at this point, right? You guys looking at? Have you guys looked at the Amazon underneath the hood of Amazon? It's super sketchy. Super sketchy. Am I seeing any flow on SPY? Yeah. January 21st, 440p, $60,000. Yep. That's super scary. Shopify's down 50% from highs. IV's almost 100%. That's a scary ticker to look at right there. That is no bueno, I promise you. This is not a ticker you want to be looking at. When you see black below like that, everything is black. When you see blue, there's some support. When you see black below, like this kind of stuff right here, but darker, that's no bueno. No bueno. Amazon's down 50% since November 22. Dude, if you look at the... You guys want to bring up Amazon and show you something scary? I'll show you something scary. I'll show you something different. You could blow across Shopify and it would dump another 300 points overnight. me show you some scary. You guys want to see some scary shit? I'll show you some scary shit. We were looking at this last night. I think Jason brought this up last night. Give me just a second here. This is an interesting trade that just came out. Excuse me. So I am bullish here on this ticker. AA. February 18th, 60C. $340,000. Now, I'm mostly interested in this trade. They had a good ER, but it's an aluminum trade, implying that, well, I guess I want to say they probably traded down because they had some deals with the Russians. But I would take a look at AA. And they had a great earnings. We've got Russia's one of the biggest producers of aluminum out there, suppliers of aluminum. But I like that AA trade. February 18th, 60C, $340,000. I like it. Guys, you guys ready for this? You want to see some under the hood stuff? See this down here? See all that white goes away, all that blue, light blue goes away? See down here? As we get down here? Nice big fat red bar at 2,800. Clear skies down to 27.35. This is nothing, just so you know. You can look on the right-hand side here, see where the real buyers are. Not quite there yet. See how we're not quite there yet with big buyers? It's all black in here. I'm going to show you where the real buyers are. Right here. See how on the right-hand side here, you see this change? This is where the real money is on Amazon. 2,600. Trade in this market, I need AA. Me too. Hey, Mero. How's it going? Yeah, so under the hood on Shopify, real low. Amazon under the hood. You can see it on the right-hand side here. This is where the banks are. So 2,600 on Amazon. I'm not saying we trade there, but that would hurt the market. Some SPY calls just came in. January 26th, 452C for $263,000. More SPY calls. January 26th, 452C for $137,000. More SPY calls. January 26th, 452C, $117,000. Miro, how you doing, brother? Hope all is well. You making money? Here, Mary, you been doing well out there in the market? Shopify is just knocking at the door. I guess if you're uber bullish, you would buy Shopify here, right? Oh yeah, I'm still in my Piton puts. I'm going to diamond hand those things right into ER. Okay, actual question. Hutch. Cap, actual question. I'm holding 440p on SPY 0 dates. What could happen at 3 p.m.? What should I expect if I think we go down right at 3 p.m.? Let's see here. Do I have short dated Piton puts? I've got them expire. You still alive, Miro? Right on, brother. My Piton puts. I just picked up new puts for what day? Let me look. February 11th. 20p. Because I'm betting that they're going to go to their ER and they're going to tell you that they really fucked up bad. What do I think is going to happen at 3 p.m.? I'm going to give it a... All right, we got a few minutes left. I'll give you my predictions. What do I predict is going to happen? I think that we have a fair chance of trading down to 435. Until around 3:45 p.m. You see short covering come in and we rip higher into the bell. I think on Monday, Tuesday, we might have a Vanna rally, but it's not going to be the kind that you're expecting. I don't think that it's a Vanna rally that brings us to all-time highs. Or we keep trading sideways and down into the Fed meeting, and if the Fed says you're only getting 3 to 5 interest rate hikes, we'll call it a day. If the Fed says we're getting 5 to 7 interest rate hikes, good night, ladies. Oh, no, I don't need that. What's that? Hold on one second, guys. There's a couple different options on the table. I'm in some calls right now into the close, so I've got some cheap ass calls. Like, I guess if you're better asking how to trade it, right where we are right now at this moment, heading into 3 p.m. How do you trade this? It's easy. It's super easy. Let's take a look. We can easily trade this into the close. If you don't want to hold anything over the weekend, I would say buy yourself some $440Ps, and I'd buy yourself some 445Cs, and you just straddle it. You could do it today. You could do it into Monday. And if we start selling down, you're only going to lose, what, 10 cents? And you'll make $1. You'll make $2. You could turn them into 435Ps. Those are only 13 cents right now. Do 435P for 12 cents. And $445C for 25 cents. That makes it almost a 40-cent trade. If you're feeling like they're not going to park it into close, one side of that should print. I think it's a 38-cent trade in both sides. 0 dates on both sides, hitting the close. And you're going to expect some action in the last hour. Trade that easily, right? We're either going to trade down to 435 or 445. Unless they park it. There are a lot of trades out there that they want to park into the close. That's the one fear, right? They want to keep certain trades right into the bell. and pin the market if they can. The only thing that I'm in right now is I'm in some cheap-ass SPY calls. And I'm in some Piton puts expiring after their earnings report. That's all I'm in right now. Yeah, I'll look at the Qs right now for you. Yep. Yeah, I like the one-time hike. Yeah, Winky Face, if they do some shit like that, right? I think Joe and I were talking yesterday about Joe and I yesterday were talking about if that happens, that the banks will just wind up pricing it in. That the banks will say, you know what? We've got a lot of SPY puts coming in right now. Heads up out there. Apple puts coming in February 4th, 162.5 P, $270,000. Heads up on the put side here real quick, okay, guys? We've got QQQs, January 21, 353 puts. SPY, 441 puts, expiring today. SPY, January 28th, 440p. UVXY calls coming in right now. Heavy put flow coming in right now. Qs, January 28th, 355p. SPY puts coming in right now. 440p expiring today. Heavy put flow coming in the door right now. PNC, August 19th, 195p for $2.2 million. That actually makes me bullish on PNC, just as a heads up. Yeah, Winky, I agree with you. Joe and I were talking about that exact thing. That if the Fed fucks around with this shit, the Fed fucking dances and tells you one thing, but they're doing something else, that the banks might not want to be put in that same situation again. So the banks will just force their hand. If the Fed says we're not pricing in 7 rate hikes, then they'll just do it themselves to the market. So they don't get caught with their pants down and blow up their banks again this time around. We're heading down, boys. Price target, 435.14 right now. Calls rolling in across the market right now. Tesla, January 21, 945p. Apple, 162p, expiring today, January 21. Ford puts coming in February 18th, 19p. Uber puts coming in right now, January 21, 37p. KSS puts coming in. Tesla puts coming in. You remember this from yesterday, right? 434.27. Buyers have actually moved down from previous. Well, maybe not. 435. I could be wrong on that one. Could have been an adjustment on the screen. Still sitting at 435.08. More SPY puts coming in through the front door. January 21, 440p. God damn. People are loading the fucking boat right now under the surface on 440p. There are now 400,000 contracts out on 440p for January 21. Bears are loading the boat. I'm watching it live in the options chain right now. It's not popping up on the flow algo, but under the surface right now, there is a stealth buying of SPY puts currently. 440p, they're loading the fucking boat. Further, on flow algo at this point, what's coming up is more January 21, 440p. Now we're starting to see January 24th, 436p. Last trade in the door on flow algo was SPY 124, 436p for $232,000. About $1 million in puts across the board here last 6 minutes or so. All broken up. Could be retail traders, not sure yet. This is not a good sign here. This could be good or bad. I want you guys to pay attention to this, what just happened here. You see support is now disappeared down below at 435. I want to see if the buyers are stepping in right now. It looks like they have. We triggered right at 3 o'clock where we've gone from, we're up now to 9.75 million buyers to only 910 sellers. Looks like the buyers might have swooped above from 335. We're going to take a look down below real quick under the surface and see what happened to those buyers down below. You can see now we're targeting 430. Woo, fucking A. Just a word of warning to you out there. There is a rug pull at 435. I can't tell yet if the buyers have swooped up to meet here at that 439 level. If they have not, we're going to watch this closely here. If you see this big red bar up here stay larger than this little red bar down below here, right? You start to see this get real deep dark red. This ends up turning into like yellow or white. You could see a 100-point drop or something crazy into this close. Down to 430 flat. Very dangerous right now out there, guys. There are puts and there are hedges. There's put flow and there's put hedge flow. Two different things. They do different things. Holy shit. We're going down, boys, and we're not fighting. Woo! And the buyers, there were buyers down here at 435, and they just straight pulled that rug out. They have now moved lower down to 430. Be warned out there if you're a bull right now. They've actually moved even lower than 430. Or no, they're still there. I'm having some screen adjustments here. Buyers removed themselves and went lower to 430.24. Warn all your friends. Could see a major bloodbath here, boys and girls. Major bloodbath. Not 50 handles. 100. 100 handles. Things could get real ugly here. $4.35p is expiring today at 25 cents. 430p's are 3 cents each. $4.40p is now up to $1.90 for a moment there. Take this as a warning out there. They did rug pull at 4.35. They came back in again here at 15.06. But this is still a light bid. There was a big giant red bar down here at 4.35. They removed their bid into the market and they lowered their bid to 4.30. Looks like they've split the bid halfway at this point, between 4.30 and 4.35. If you're a bull, watch the fuck out. Ooh, thank you so much. That looks delicious. You made it with love. Thank you for the heart-shaped drawing. I'll post this on my desk. I love you. Watching lots of more SPY puts coming in. January 24, 432p, $85,000. Oxy puts, January 21, 34p, $24,000. SPY puts, January 24th, 432 puts, 145 grand. IWM puts, January 21, 198p, 52k. QQQ puts, $180,000, expiring today, or excuse me, January 26th for 346p. SPY puts, January 21, 441p, $130,000. Piton puts, baby, January 21, 27p, $25,000. I'll take it. More X puts rolling in the door. We had major put hedging on X. Now we're seeing retail flow into that stuff. February 11th, 19p for $87,000. We're going down, baby, and we're not going down swinging. Coming in hot, more puts on X. We had like tens of million coming in on X, right? Right as Biden was speaking the other day. Now we got more puts on X here. February 11th, 19p. Then we've got more SPY puts coming in. January 28th, 440p, $539,000. Woo! Someone's trying to buy the dip on Snap. February 4th, 23 or 33C for 329K. We're going down and we ain't swinging. Hey, where are all the bulls out there we're talking earlier? They seem to disappear. You know, the bulls are starting to act like bears. Bulls just start disappearing. Fade into the shadows like the bears used to do. But what about this and what about that, right? For years. Bears would just, fade away and disappear. Now you got bulls disappearing. all that talk again about what about ER and what about ER? More SPY puts coming in right now. January 21, 440p, loading the boat stealthily behind the scenes. I'm watching this flow in flow algo, and then I'm also seeing it happen underneath our very own eyes, right inside the options chain. You can see the interest just loading up in here. Those 440Ps are now up to $2.20 on just principal alone. Forget even the dump. They went from like 160 to 220 over just the principal of it. Down to 438.46 right now. Motherfucker. Sorry to swear. Wild times. What do we say this morning, right? We're in bear country, boys. We're not in bull town. No more bull town. We're in bear country. You sell every rip. Any chance that you get. They want it deeper. We talked about 428 the other day. I was laughed out of the room. Said, let's see 440 first, then we'll look at 428. Well, we're knocking on it, right? We're at 438.45. We're closer to 428 than we are 480, right, boys? Yeah, I'll tell you what, Tasty has not been running well for me lately. What's my boy Piton doing over there? Got some goofball out there telling you they're going to be all right? Fucking Piton. Piton looks like the guy from the Holy Grail. You know, the guy cuts his leg off, cuts his arms off. It's just a helmet. 'Tis but a scratch. Everything's fine, I promise. This one looks juicy. United Airlines. January 19th. 45C. $1.2 million. Put flow coming in on PFE. Also have some now put flow coming in on Snap. February 4th, 33P. QQQs. January 28th. 353P for $391,000. Bears are having none of this bullshit. Bears are saying, no, thank you. Sell it down. Then you've got bulls jumping on board saying, I'm unwilling to buy at this price. Knock it down to something more reasonable. Yeah, on the upside too. Agreed. TSM. June 17, 130C for $1 million. Looks more like a call hedge for TSM to go down. There are some dip buyers here. I would not recommend it. Very dangerous. Not a lot of money. This is like small-time retail traders. Someone bought $48,000 in ARK, January 28th, 77 calls. I don't think this is your bid. I don't think this is your buy the dip moment. Neo, 128 calls on 28C, but it's only $96,000. Neo, $93,000. I got to tell you guys, these are out there, though, but I don't trust them. January 28th, 28C for $93,000. Second set of Neo calls. Seeing some calls on the Qs, right? But it's January 21, 355C, but it's only $37,000. I'd be real scared about playing around with these big boys into this close with 30 grand. I don't know. There is a little bit of a snapback here on SPY. We're going to look to see if there's any rejection here. Got a little bit of an area here to watch out for at 440.94. And then again at 442.11. Look a little bit closer on this. Do have a buy program stepping up right now. 10.3 million. This is huge. Big numbers here. There's a massive buy program right now in the SPY. You guys watching this? Insane buying right now on the SPY. So this is 9.6 million sellers here, right? And then 10.5 million buyers on SPY. DWAC has some put flow coming in January 21, 74p, $150,000 split between both. MS, ticker MS, Mike Sierra, MS, June 15th, 100p for $1 million. Disney, January 28th, 140 calls for $195,000. Disney, 128, January 28th, 140 Cs. Looking at some SPY calls coming in January 21, 444C for $42,000. Still small money. QQQs, small money. Only 29K on the Qs for January 28th, 362C. Seeing some calls on XLF. April 14th, 40C for $90,000. That looks like a play on rates, right? Possibly. JD puts February 4th, 70p, $430,000. Airbnb, June 17th, 140p for $635,000. That makes me bullish on Airbnb. SPY, January 21, 438 puts for $32,000. Sorry, I keep turning my microphone off because my daughter brought me a sandwich and I gotta eat it. If I don't eat my sandwich that my daughter made me, I will be shunned. She could make me a sandwich that's like a mud pie and I'd have to eat it. I don't win those arguments. Okay, next up. Here goes the big boys. SPY. January 26, 438p. $553,000. Just took a giant dump on all those little retail players. Sorry, your calls are worthless. Just big boy moving in. Here you go. Here's a $500,000 that we go down. Take your 30 grand and take a hike. AMC, February 11th, 17p. AMC puts $127,000 for February 11th. That's right. Eat that Sammy. I gotta eat it. Banks are sending a message to the feds. I agree with that. If the Fed can't pick up their pants, their big boy pants, the banks know what happens, right? We knew it happened in 2007. I'm surprised that the banks are doing it for them too, but to be honest, I'm impressed. A little shred of decency. Sell the market down on 5 to 7 rate hikes this year instead of 3 to 4. Just send it down. Make the pain end. Okay, got a buyer stepping in on IWM. January 31, 200C on IWM. Those are calls for $400,000. Oh, baby. Tesla. Big boy stepping up. Bought himself or bought herself February 18, 1200C for $1.2 million. Tesla bulls never, ever give up. Love Tesla bulls. Some of the baddest traders out there. These guys, that's not a negative term either. This means that Tesla bulls don't care. Long and strong on Tesla. I got more respect for Tesla bulls than probably any other bull out there. February 18th, 1200C, $1.2 million. Let's get some. No fear. Not even waiting for 4 o'clock. Not even waiting for 4 p.m., like 3:55. Just give me some $1.2 million 1200Cs outside the money, which is excellent. The fact that they didn't buy $1,000 calls, the fact that they didn't buy $1,100 calls, that they went higher. When you go higher, right? If you're buying calls on Tesla right now, they're at 1200s, 1300s, 1400s. That's how you get Tesla to go up. Not buying in the money calls. So whoever that guy or woman is out there, I salute you. Balls of steel. Lucid, March 4th, 50C calls for $300,000. Lucid bulls not far behind. QQQ, January 28th, 345p, $220,000. Retail's trying to mess with these big bank bears. I don't know how that's going to work itself out. Yeah, talk about throwing your dick down the line, right? Fucking $1.2 million on black. Let's do it. I love Tesla bulls. No fear. I remember a couple years ago, right? Tesla was beaten down. This was like 3-4 years ago. Somebody just bought SPY 121 440C for 40 grand. But like 2-3 years ago, Tesla was like way down, right? Had been selling down all year long. It was like Labor Day weekend or some shit like 3-4 years ago. VIX puts, January 28th, 20p, $61,000. Apple puts, February 25th, 160p for $369. $369,000 saying Apple's going down. But wait, this is like 3 years ago, right? And, damn it. QQQ, January 28th, 345p for $225,000. So it's like 2-3 years ago. It's like Labor Day weekend. Everybody bought leaps on Tesla. They'd been burning for like 6 straight months. It was like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and Elon put some crazy ass text out, and out of nowhere, right? Fucking Tesla just green bars it out of nowhere and sends all these worthless leaps into the stratosphere. It was a crazy. It was like 3-4 in the morning. Nobody was in Wall Street bets. It was just like a core group of traders in there. It was like 4 a.m. on like Labor Day weekend or some shit on a Sunday or a Monday. It was just insane. We hadn't heard from Tesla gang in like 6 months. They used to run the sub, right? And then they just disappeared and scattered. I mean, I'm sure some of these guys were like Sawyer Merritt way back in the day. More puts coming in right now. SPY, January 21, 440p, $93,000. We're getting a little bit of stepping in here right now. We got SPY calls coming in. 126, January 26th, 438C. Might be some straddling going on here. Seeing those 438Ps, 438Cs, depending on which direction the market breaks coming into next week. Looking like some people are placing some straddles in the market. Right where we are in SPY. Not a bad play, right? Pick up a straddle, hold it into Wednesday for puts and calls right where we are. And we're trading down, baby. We're going down without a fight, right? Just breaking through walls. We know we've got no buyers below. We know where they are. They're down here a little bit at 435. Some buyers over here at 437. We know where they want to go. We know where they are. They're way down here. This is where the banks are down here. Like, come on down, baby. Capitulate. Give me your sells down here at 430. That's what the banks are saying right now. Get their arms out. Come to Papa. Come. And you got a little bit more. You got small banks over here. You got like Kathy Woods over here trying to buy the dip at 435 instead of buying it down here at 430. She just wants to feel the pain. Have some retail stuff. Well, not retail. LNC, March 18th, 70p for $500,000. NVIDIA, January 28th, 220p for $124,000. It's like retail shit. This is kind of big. SDIG, SD, Sierra, Delta, India, Gamma, SDIG, February 18th, 7.5p. Puts for $400,000. That's some big boy on a small ticker. This looks like the inverse. Remember when penny stocks were just flying off the shelves? This looks like all these fat cats that made money on penny stocks and are going to short the shit out of them down to nothing, grind them into dust. Another retail trade coming in. IWM, January 21, 198p for $74,000. I'm going to give you guys an update right now. I'm going to post on Twitter. We're at the 3:30 hour. I'm going to post on Twitter everything that's coming at this point on SPY and IWM so that you guys can see the disparaging difference. Inflows today in the market, where the money is at. Right now we've got $31 million in SPY puts versus $7.9 million in SPY calls. QQQs have $8 million in calls. They've got $16.5 million in puts. IWM has 17.4 million in puts. And shit, man, they ain't got no calls. They only got $2.3 million in calls. There is not a fucking bid. Please like and subscribe to these videos as we trade ahead here. If you are saving your accounts, learning how to trade with us, if you're making money trading with us, please consider donating to keep this sub alive. It's a free sub that relies upon donations. We put a lot of money and time into this sub, and for us to keep it going, we do need it to be supported. So if you are making money, please consider donating. There's a donate button down below in the description. There's also a donate button. If you don't want to donate through PayPal, you can go to @CaptainsAlpha. I have a pinned tweet at the above there, and you can directly donate via credit card on the handle @CaptainsAlpha. I'll check right now if any of you guys have been trying to get in there for the past couple days. Please support the channel. A lot of time and effort goes into this channel. Hold on, I'm going to post this stuff right now for you. We also have a Discord down below that we're going to make private at some point. But the link is public right now for a Discord for our community. If you're not new here, we have a very active community of traders that are very positive to each other and try to help each other along and make money. We also have a website down below. Nothing is hidden behind a paywall. Holy shit, I got a lot of requests for follows. Thanks. You guys are awesome sauce. You guys make my day. Let all these guys in here. Thanks for requesting to subscribe to Captain's Alpha. I appreciate it, everybody. It really is stacked up against the bulls here. You don't want to see this kind of flow into the close of the markets on this Friday. You don't want to see all this call delta rolling off the market on a Friday. All right, so I got more stuff coming through here. SPY calls, January 21, 438C for $100,000. Plug. Remember we talked about Plug this weekend? Plug, January 28. It has a high algo score. January 28, 23C for $42,000. IWM has finally caught a bid. January 28th, 204C for $200,000. QQQs, January 24th, 355C for $171,000. VIX puts, VXX, not VIX, 128.20p for $67,000. We're starting to see some SPY calls at this point, a little rack of SPY calls. January 28th, 439C for $500,000. January 28th, 439C for $2.5 million. January 28th, 439C for $1 million. It's $900,000. Also, SPY calls January 21st, 440C for $250,000. More Qs puts coming in January 24th, 348P. Marvel calls. Somebody was asking about Marvel earlier today. MRVL, January 28th, 80C, $39,000. Has a high algo score. I would agree with that one. We were saying earlier, we were looking at Marvel and we said, you need to look for a call structure on Marvel to take it long. Otherwise, market conditions can send it much lower. So if you remember who was talking about Marvel earlier, let them know that $39,000 in ADCs came in for January 28th. We have some VIX puts coming in again. VXX, January 28th, 216p. Snap puts coming in still rolling in snap puts. June 17th, 35p for $580,000. Again, that makes me bullish on Snap at this point. That looks like a hedge to protect going long on Snap. Yeah, thank you all you guys. So I want to say thank you to Lewis for subscribing. I want to say thank you to Tehasi for subscribing. Tomas, thank you for subscribing. Reginald, thanks for subscribing. Brad, brother, thanks for tipping. PScan1 is tipped. Thank you very much. Tyler, baby, checking in with a fat tip. David's tipped. Tom P subscribed. Harpreet Grewell subscribed. Alex Keller subscribed. Scott Miller subscribed. Mad Scientist, thank you, brother. Muku Trebuchet tipped. Thank you very much, Muku. Vishal has subscribed. Jill Nieto tipped late last night. We're doing our late night nightcap. Call Delta expiring could be worse for IWM of all three indexes. Good point, A-Run. No worries, Josh. Matt, like button. Hells yeah. How does all the calls rolling off the market affect prices on Monday? You're welcome. Thank you very much, Tehasi. Is it Tehaswi? Thank you, brother. Yeah, I got a list coming downstairs here in just a minute. I've got someone working on the list of people that tip through directly instead of PayPal, so I can read all of your names off here this afternoon. Thank you, Casey. So what is the plan here heading into the close, boys and girls, right, is the question. Ooh, Viacom, April 14th, 35C. $1 million bet. Woo! Hello, Bulls. Viacom, April 14th, 35C. IWM, light calls coming in, January 26th, 200C. $183,000. SPY puts coming in January 24th, 430p, $564,000. I think the safe way that you play this is you play it with a straddle. I think that's the only thing you can do. Or if you want to play this bullish, you put yourself a putback spread on, costs nothing. 400, right? I want you to know that we are setting up right now. We are in Bear Town. We are not in bull country. We're in Bear Town, bear country. We are selling rips right now. We are setting up to have a losing week. Then we're going to be setting up a losing month. You set up 2 losing months in a quarter, that's a bad quarter. If you set up a bad quarter, that's a market crash. We're going to head into a year of down. Be conscious on a larger, grander scale where we are. And let's say you want to get bullish. You can get bullish, but you need to have protection if you do it. For the things that you don't think are going to happen. We looked at Shopify earlier. It's like, it's just ready to drop. If Shopify drops another 200, 300 points, we're fucked, right? Amazon, same problem. No support where it currently sits. Down to 3,600. There's some real scary stuff out there. You have Apple that has split 4 times in the last 2 years, or a 4-way split within 2 years. Trading at $600 and something dollars, right? $670. 2 years later, even though there's a split, I believe that price does matter. People will try to buy it at $90, but to think that it hasn't been pumped up is insane. We know that the government's trying to reduce inflation. If they do that, you have to reprice stocks. Bulls don't feel comfortable buying here. So you have SPY calls coming in. January 21, 439C. Small money, though. 78 grand. Not a big mover. IWM, May 20th, 200C. $588,000. That's a fair bet. I don't mind that bet. And we could trade back to 200 in that time period. It's possible. It's on the table. It's possible a small swing higher. Tesla Bull stepped in just now. Spent his last $39,000 on 965C. I bet that's that guy's last 39 grand. He's like, fuck it. Going balls deep on Tesla. Let it ride. Spent $39,000 on January 21, 965C. Diamond hands, baby. A little bit of a snapback here on SPY heading into the close. A little bit of a squeeze. Talked about this squeeze earlier today. So we'll trade down to 435, then swing up and squeeze it up into the close. Got some hood puts coming in earlier. We took a look at hood and we said, shit, all the buyers swooped down below to $10. They kind of scattered from that $12, $13 price tag. And someone just bought some hood puts February 18th, 10p for $23,000. That makes sense if you look at the book map on it. Piton's like Will Ferrell from that movie, Old School. He's like on the rings. He's got a cigarette in his mouth, smoking a cigarette, trying to hold himself up here in the bell again. Like a drunken sailor walking down by the wharf, ready to fall off the edge of the fucking dock. Got some SPY calls coming in, January 21, 440C, $90,000. Going to try to park this, aren't they? Now we see hood calls coming in, 128.13C for $59,000. I'm going to go with hood trading down to $10. I'm going to go against that trade. SPY, January 28th, 444C for $230 or $273,000. NVIDIA calls. This looks like retail stuff. All of this looks like retail bulls. NVIDIA, January 28th, 250C, $136,000. Hood, January 28th, 13C, $60,000. A lot more hood calls than puts coming in right now. We'll take one more look again at hood. Maybe did it trade down to $10 and I missed that part? Maybe I missed something on hood. Because to me, when I was looking, wasn't looking good for hood. We had buyers prior to at like $13, then they moved down to 12 something, and then earlier today they moved down to $10. So we're going to see if they've stepped up at this point or if they're still down there. Yeah, see, they're still down there. This is a fool's errand right here. These guys weren't here before. They moved from $12 down to 10. So if you want to follow that hood play, if it sells down to $10, grab those calls. Yeah, they're still down there. $10 now. All right, here we go. GSK, Gamma, Sierra, Kilo, GSK, January 21st, 42C for $400,000. That's pretty good. I like that trade. HIMX, February 18th, 15C, $80,000, has a high algo score. Penn Gaming, January 28th, 42C, $69,000. Still have 15 minutes left to see what people are going to do here. Also have the 15 minutes after the bell to watch the indexes today as well. Let me know in the chat where you guys think we're going next week. Do you think that we're going to trade up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Do you think we're going to trade down Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? I really would like to see more calls right now in the market than what I'm seeing right now. The other question you have to ask yourself is, does a longtime call holder exercise for shares, or do they take the money and run? Overwhelming puts coming in right now. Dealers no longer having to hedge those calls. spells trouble, in my view. Let's see what you guys are thinking we're going to do. Jason did the straddle off the opening range. Yeah, the straddle is the play for sure. You think we get the bounce? I don't disagree with the bounce. I mean, even when we market sell, even when we liquidate, we typically get a bounce. Seeing some more IWM puts. January 24th, 195. Yeah, margin calls go out at 330. And the other thing too, the other thing that you can think about is diamond hands, baby. What you can do is you could take, let's say, some calls are so cheap heading into this bell. How do you trade that? You could trade it like, you could buy a bunch of dirt cheap calls for Monday or Wednesday, right? Dirt cheap. And then you just buy some put spreads expiring in a few weeks. So if we have that snapback trade that comes up, you'll make money on the call side. You'll still collect the money on the backside for those put spreads. If we don't get the snapback up on Monday, or if we don't get the snapback trade on Monday, at least you'll pay for those cheap-ass calls with your put spreads that I'll now be printing. That might be my trade into this bell right here. I'm trying to set something up here. So 440, I'm going to set up a trade right now. My trade is going to be, so February 18th, right? That's where all the money's at, February 18th. All the footage is on February 18th. Yeah, opex of February. Sickos, savages. Okay, so SPY. This is what I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy 1 month outputs, even though we're down here. I'm going to buy some debit spreads, bearish debit spreads for February 18th. Take a look here. Save strike. Hold on here. Gonna cycle through these and see how much I got to spend for these to print. Ooh, these are nice. So if I buy a 438, 439 put spread. Hold on. Like 438, 439 put spread. Cost me $35, pays me $65. And I buy some calls expiring on Wednesday. I've got both sides covered. $34 a piece, pays $66. Have some Q's calls coming in right now. Light SPY calls, January 31, 452, $170,000. Then we've got QQQs, 2 racks of February 18th, 355C. Two racks for $800,000 each, $1.6 million. It's good to see some more calls coming into the market as we head into close. Man, I'm taking a look at the 6-month chart on the SPY. It's a fucking bloodbath. Just tagged my price target too. One of my price targets at 438. Damn. Just a straight bloodbath here. Yeah, so I'm still sitting on Piton, February 11th, 20p. There's a whole bunch of interest on that strike as well for the week after, or I think it's the strike after their ER report. I want to sit back and eat some popcorn and watch Piton burn because they can't cover up bullshit lies. Watching more puts coming in currently. IWM, $71,000, 190p. It's expiring January 26th. Apple puts coming in. February 25, 155p for $447,000. Tesla puts. Beware out there, guys. Tesla puts. January 28th, 930p for $1.6 million. I want you guys out there to know that this flow that I post to you is not raw flow. This flow is all algo driven, algo driven and quant driven. It has to hit specific markers for it to show up on my scanner. This isn't like tradie ticks or unusual whales where they just throw the kitchen sink at you and you kind of have to parse and figure it out. Has to be at the ask. A lot of it has to match up to a dark pool flow, equity block trades. Has to hit specific items for it to be noticed. And then each one of these that comes up in the feed actually has its own scoring system, a scoring system to say if they trust the play. SPXU calls January 28th, 17C for $35,000. GDX calls February 4th, 33C, $25,000. Man, I hate seeing this shit happen sometimes. Always breaks my heart. Tesla's down $52 on the day. just getting smoked. Shopify is getting buried, or got buried today down 868. That's an interesting ticker to look at, guys. If you guys aren't bearish for where we are right now, I want you to know you can or look at Shopify right now and how it's just getting buried into a corner into close with 3 minutes left. I want you to know that, you know, if you're going to get bullish, that is the place to get bullish. If not, and Shopify were to start to crash, it could spell an end to the market as we know it. I'm seeing a lot of put flow right now, guys. Plug, 218, 17.5p, $100,000. XLF, 128.30. January 28th, 38p for $110,000. Here you go, guys. Apple, February 25th, 160p, $2 million. Q's, put flow. Q's, more $1 million in Q's put flow just came in. Everybody's loaded to the tits on February 18th, 350p. So even if you trade higher, even if you get your relief rally, even if we trade higher Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they're looking to sell this thing down next month. They're looking to trade February down. And if you get this kick from call delta rolling off, and if the dealers no longer have to hedge that stuff, you're talking about heavy selling at the end of today. So even if we trade up into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, more than likely sell the effing news come into Wednesday. You guys know I like to take the contrarian trade out there, but also I don't take the contrarian trade when overwhelming evidence says we trade down. You know, you can fight 5 bears. We don't have a news event I can't see unless it's the Fed giving us some positive news saying they're not raising any rates. Outside of them saying something like that, the banks look like they're going to force the market down to 5 to 7 rate increases. Someone was asking about CVNA earlier today. CVNA. They just had some nice calls come in. We talked about that ticker. January 28th, 150C for $362,000. I think we said we wanted to see more call walls above it, and this is your call wall. 150C, January 28th, CVNA, $362,000. Affirm just had some puts flow in. AFRM, March 18th, 4TP. That would be a first in a while for Affirm, I think. If you are just going to hold naked puts, not naked puts, naked calls, which is puts. If you're just buying puts, put a little bit of time on them. Put some breathing room on them so that they can breathe in case we do trade up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then swoop back down. You can add to your position. You can diamond hand them. You end up buying 0 dates into, holy shit. What's going on here? Making some serious money right here. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get a look at some of my trades I got going on in the after hours. Let me see what you guys are doing up here. We got 261 viewers right now. Let's go through and see what you guys are saying here. We're going to stick around until 4:15. We want to see what takes place from now until 4:15. It is critical to see what the markets are doing. I'm watching excessive put flow on SPY after hours. Watching a ton of it. SPY put flow, IWM put flow. Watching lots of selling in after hours and dark pool right now on the SPY. Yeah, the problem with this is that the chart for AFR won't show up after hours. But I am watching excessive selling in the after hours of the SPY, of IWM. You've got another 13 minutes to play some trades. A lot of retail trades. This is all SPY stuff right here. January 21, 438p. The 28th of January, 425p. 28th for 425p. 425. We saw $10 million in 420p yesterday, I think. IWM. That's for today. The only thing I see right now on IWM is expiring today. So trying to park IWM at this point. But the longer dated stuff on SPY, January 28th, 425p. Lots of dark pool selling after hours right now. Fuck me. SPY's still selling down in the after hours. More SPY puts coming in. And then we've got IWM, January 24, 195p. It does look like some bulls are pricing in some sort of a rally into Wednesday. There isn't really too much interest in it happening on the 24th. And there's some serious money, not a ton. Still, everybody's loaded up on puts, okay? Everybody's got puts. Oh, this sucks. Look at that. Okay, here we go. SPY, February 18th, 419p. $4.3 million. SPY. Fuck. I'm a bull, man. I don't mind. I like this happening, but it's so fucked up to watch. SPY, February 18th, 419p. $6.3 million. That's a grand total of $11 million currently. Rolling in the door at 4:06 p.m. I mean, I want it down, but I can't stand watching it happen. truckload of puts are coming in right now. Another set of SPY puts. February 18th, 419p, $3.2 million. A fucking truckload of SPY puts are coming in. I don't know how else to say it to you. They did this in December as well. And we're parked right where they traded it, or they bought their puts at in December. Fuck me, man. Look at this. Damn. Woo. More SPY puts rolling in. Another $3 million. Same strike, same date. All concentrated on February 18th. That would give us a second. I want you to know that if we trade down to 419 into February opex and we don't close above right around here, that would set up your second month in this quarter that we are down red. The implications of that are that we have a bad quarter. We would shift. If we end up having a bad quarter, we would shift from trying to set a bottom, let's say, for the market. Say you're like, hey, well, hopefully we get down to like 400 or something. And you would start to target below, and you'd move away from a correction into some pretty nasty territory. You'd be targeting 390. You'd go from having 3 bad months to having 6 to 12 months that are bad. Real bad. Bad quarter would set up 390. From there, you'd be looking 360s, 300s, somewhere down there. We looked at it the other day, a buddy of mine and I. Joe Donut and I were looking at it. We didn't want to show it publicly because I don't want to scare anybody out there because it hasn't been confirmed yet. You need certain things to happen to confirm it. But if we were to trade down to 419 and then pin it into the end of the month of February, that is not a good look into March and the end of the quarter. It's 4:09 p.m. Yeah, I'm happy right now, but I don't like, I want to see it go down. But even though I want to see it go down, I can't stand it. People are getting hurt out there. I don't want to see people get hurt. There are believers out there. There are people that are diamond hitting no matter what. Thanks, Not a Suit, for tipping. Appreciate it, brother. We'll have a drink tonight. Jeremy Miller, thank you for the tip. Soul of Success, thanks for the tip. Appreciate you guys keeping this channel alive. I wanted to let you guys know that I caught myself a copyright strike, and so I didn't play an intro this morning. I was banned from YouTube and Twitter and a bunch of other places. Somebody hit me with a DMCA strike. They might have been pissed off at me, or it was just a robot that picked up on something. So I have to do some stuff to make sure that doesn't happen again. But if it ever does happen in the future, you can always fall back to the website or the Discord. Both are in the description down below. If I have to sign up for a new, I know I feel so bad reading it. I feel so terrible reading this stuff off to you guys. Because it's the end of a market that we liked, right? This is a great market to make money in. It was outstanding to make money in. It was a beautiful thing. You could buy it, call whenever, and it printed. Everybody made money. Loved it. I loved it. And so when you're seeing something like this die right now, it really sucks. QQQs. January 28th, 3:35 p. $500,000. Woo! I didn't know that cursing gets strikes. I did not know that. Okay, so from this point forward, I will never curse again. Last time I cursed today, I didn't know that I couldn't curse. All right, got a bull stepping in. Bull just bought January 28, 439C for $654,000. XLF puts January 28, 38P, $250,000. So I've got I'm trading similarly to I'm trading very similar right now to what the banks are trading. Someone just bought January 28th 439C on the SPY for $800,000. Whole ton of calls coming into the SPY. Lots of calls coming on the SPY for the 28th. $1, 2, 3, $4 million. So I think now you're seeing bulls think there'll be a snapback trade, and then we'll trade down. So I've got some calls for Monday. 450Cs I bought. They cost me 30 cents. I bought 450Cs. And then I bought some put spreads for the end of February, expiring on the 18th alongside with the banks. So I'm going to trade this move up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then a trade down into February. Yeah, so I was using royalty-free music that I only needed to give credit to in the description. Yes, if you want to donate right now and you don't want to pay through PayPal, first off, thanks for donating to the channel. If you want to donate and not use PayPal, I have a link on my Twitter account at CaptainsAlpha. That is direct. You don't have to sign up for PayPal. I can't post that link here because it's really wonky. Like YouTube wants to charge me like 30% before taxes. Streamlabs lets me post only a Streamlabs link to get around it, but it's through PayPal. I can't just direct link with a credit card here. I have to direct link on Twitter. Another $1 million. A golden ticket just came in January 28th, 439C for $1.2 million on the SPY at the bell, at the second bell. So it looks like maybe we have a snapback trade the banks are planning on, and then we trade down into the end of February. That's the plan, at least. Yeah, you don't need to pay. This is a free sub. I'm only asking for donations to help support the sub if you're learning, if you're making money, or not blowing your accounts up. There's no requirement to pay here. I have a private sub on Twitter. You just request to follow it. I'll go there right now and see if you requested to follow. All right, so I just accepted Millie Moves, Rolly, and Michelle. You'll see in my profile I have a pinned tweet with a donate button that you can use a credit card without signing up for PayPal. I understand you don't like PayPal, neither do I, but YouTube's like brutal when it comes to trying to tip. It doesn't matter how I receive it on my end, if it's through PayPal or not. PayPal does not charge me, but YouTube does. Like if I run it through YouTube, they charge me. It's really freaking wonky. Like if I had like a donate button inside of my stream, in the chat box or anything like that, it gets all wonky. They want me to pay like 30%. It's all kinds of stupid. So I only have it in the description. Okay, where's the question here? Can you tell by put strikes what level we rally to before next sell? No. Can I tell because of this? What was the question? Wait a minute. Do I reduce long-term positions of any of this? I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, here you go, guys. So let me answer a few questions. So this is a free subscription. I do a live YouTube stream every morning for the trading day. I trade alongside you guys. Then at nighttime, sometimes I'll do a video. Then we have a community of traders, very positive people, happy traders, always trying to help each other along. And we congregate in a Discord. That Discord link is posted in the description of this video down below. We also have a private Twitter handle. It's called @CaptainsAlpha. You just request to follow it, and I will approve you. That also has the donate button. We also have a website, Captain Jim James Navy. We're building that out right now to put training classes in it. None of it's private. Nothing's paid. All I ask is that you help support when you can, or if you're making money, to help support the subscription. Donate $1. You can just like and subscribe. If you're a new trader or a poor trader, just like and subscribe these videos. It helps us along. All right, I want you all to have a wonderful weekend. You had some questions. I'll answer some questions before the weekend's out. Yeah, please stick around. If you're new to this channel, I always recommend that you paper trade this channel for a week or two and see if you are getting what we're talking about. Like, hey, is this working for me? So that you can figure out what we're doing. Because there are layers to this. We traditionally chart the market. We start with traditional charting, traditional setups. Then we look at volume and market profile. Then we add on top of that volatility levels, gamma levels. And then we pair that up with options, live options flow during the day, and the actual order flow of the DOM in Bookmap. We add in some other shit, market news and market sentiment and all that other normal D&D stuff, or DD stuff, due diligence, but that's our basic system. Do you reduce long-term positions when things look this ugly? So we reduced our positions in September. I haven't been long since September. If you've been holding this long, it depends on what your basket is. Some baskets right now have high risk still. Some baskets do not. Some have already sold off enough that they're going to come back. Hey, you guys have a great night. All of you have a great weekend. Thanks for tuning in this week. Thanks for supporting the channel. We'll catch you all on Monday. So I've got some put spreads that are expiring end of February, middle of February, opex February, and then I've got some longs going into next week. So we'll see how this trades out. It doesn't look good, though, right now. I'll say that. It doesn't look good. If you want some homework for the weekend, get inside the Discord, because everyone's discussing what's going on there. I know that you guys might have some experience with Discords where people are assholes. We're not that Discord. We're very welcoming. We bounce and back trade ideas off each other. We show setups. We show proof of concepts. And we ask each other, right? What are we doing today? Where do we think the market's going today? Where do we think it's going next week? How do I trade this? Is my trading plan safe? Right? So that we're not blowing our accounts up. Yeah, Discord link is down below in the description. There's an invitation down there. And it will be going, it is private, but it's going to be going private here in the next week or two. Solid group of people in there. Super solid. Yeah, it's a nice and happy Discord. It's one of the better ones. I'm a little shocked. I'm very happy. I'm beside myself, to be honest. I'm really beside myself. I'm really like taken aback with emotion over that. Because I've paid some serious money to be in some Discords with a lot of assholes and no actionable trading. Maybe once a day, but not all day long. So you guys have a great afternoon. Have a great weekend. Get outside. Go see a friend or a family member. If you can't see a family member or a friend or don't have any, hope you get to read a good book. Go for a hike or something alone. Walk your dog, whatever it is. Stay safe out there. Yeah, the Twitter is at Captain's Alpha. So the squiggly A, CAPTAINALPHA. Did I say that right? I think so. At Captain's Alpha. Yeah, we have to. We're gonna have to make it. Well, the Discord is private right now, unless you have a link. But we're not going to post the link publicly at some point. You're going to have to sign up on the website at some point. And if you're an asshole, don't bother joining. We don't want any trolls in there. You'll be fucking insta-banned. Any trolling, any assholes, any like guys sitting on top of the bridge making fun of you because you made a bad trade. I'll have your ass myself. I make bad trades. I make bad trades live here on Twitter, on YouTube. No one's perfect. We're there to make money. We're there to beat the banks, take the money from the banks. The Discord handle is in the Discord is in the description of the video, the YouTube video. Someone's asking me right now. And I can't post that. I can't post the Discord link publicly on Twitter. I can't do it. You know what I can do? I can probably post it inside of the handle. Yeah, I think I can. No, I don't want to. Nope, it's right here on YouTube. And it's gonna go private soon. Private. Because we don't want trolls in there. You guys have a wonderful weekend. And I'll catch up with you here on Sunday. We usually get together on Sundays and we'll chart out the week ahead. We'll also look back on last weekend's video and see what took place on these tickers in the upcoming week. Hey, Matt, thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, my brother, for the tip. Yeah, the Discord's awesome. I'm shocked by it. We're all coming around here to make money. We're not coming around here to have a popularity contest. Snickering at people because they don't know as much as you do. We'll explain it over and over and over and over until you get it. So that you can explain it to the next new guy that comes in. You guys have a great weekend. Right on.